I guess if you needed something,
Good evening, everyone. The time is now 5:28. All mics are hot.
Because I'm heading out west. Because I can peel off. I live behind the mall. I'm like, man, there's got to be a traffic accident. And I can see up there a car and then a car, and then it's slow. And I'm looking. I'm on the phone. I go, what? That's Jennifer. And then I go, oh yeah, that's her husband. I'm like, that's them. I got to stop. So where were you? What direction were you going? Okay. Holy shit. Right, I knew that. So you had, so where was that car?
Look, let me open now so I'm not rumbling.
Everybody's here, so nobody's. Thanks, Ralph.
What's going on, man? Hello? We're getting ready to start a council meeting.
Having the appointed time of 5:30 arrive, I would like to call the Tuesday, October 29th, 2024 Committee of the Whole to order. Would you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Mr. Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Will do. Alderman Redpath.
Here.
Alderman Gregory.
Here.
Alderman Williams.
Here.
Alderman Rockford.
Here.
Alderwoman Purchase.
Here.
Alderwoman Notriano.
Here.
Alderman Carlson.
Here.
Alderwoman Connolly.
Present.
Alderman Donlin.
Here.
Alderman Hanauer.
Here.
Madam Chair, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Alderman Donlin.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. I understand from Corporation Counsel there is a need for an executive session. I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session for
our operation of a municipal utility and litigation.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Nobody's opposed.
I just got situated. You guys a little bit.
Yes.
No, not really. council, but we have a break right now. Yeah.
Now you sound like my husband. Right.
Just brought it up.
Nice. No, we have a bowl, and I've been self-controlled, just like great.
Can I have a motion to reconvene the meeting?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. Is there a motion for approval for October 8th, 2024 committee meeting minutes? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
She's not doing the report today. We didn't do that.
We do have one presentation. Director Yezo.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm honored to have representatives from HUD with us this evening. Before I turn it over to them, I'd like to give you a little bit of background information about them and my experience with them. I suspect if you think of large government agencies, customer service would not be the first thing you would probably think about. But I'm here to tell you that customer service is the one thing that I have always gotten with my experiences with HUD. As an entitlement community, all of you know I have rules, regulations, and guidelines I have to follow. So each time we're going to make a decision of some sort, we have to consult with HUD. And we do that. And they are beyond impeccable with their response time, with giving us directions, spending time with us. So I just have to thank them so much for everything that you do for us here in the community. My experience with Kimberly and Jerry, who you will meet in just a minute, and Hannah, who is our liaison, and she fell ill this morning, so wasn't able to make it. But they've always responded in a timely manner. I first met Kimberly and Jerry about 6 or 7 years ago, and I want to tell you that each one of them, when I first met them, were so generous with their knowledge. I was just learning, and they both took time with me to help me understand. I think if any of you were on council before, I think one time I came in, we were laughing about this earlier, I brought in a book that was called Simply CDBG, and it was about this thick. I remember putting it up here on the podium. So there's a lot to know when you're talking with HUD regulations. We've also had to rely on other departments within HUD. One of them was in the environment. You hear me talk all the time about environmental reviews. And I just want to give a shout out also to Jamie Blakesley, who has been our rep and has provided an immense amount of guidance to us. About 5 weeks ago, we were contacted by our rep who had mentioned that they had watched a meeting of our committee of the whole meeting. Once they watched, they offered to come to Springfield to explain and help with the understanding of HUD planning, funding, and compliance. HUD's also, while they're here, is celebrating 50 years of CDBG funding, and they wanted to recognize our community and the strides the city has made in this past year. We are proud to have met. We've all talked many times about our meeting our timeliness test for the first time in 4 years. We established a lead program to train and certify lead workers, supervisors, and contractors. We changed the way in which we conduct our housing rehab program, and we'll be working on a new way in which to plan and apply for funding for the program year. Julia is going to come forward right now to share a few stories of our most recent CDBG funding and some of the success stories that we've had.
Hello, everyone. I'm Operations Coordinator for Community Development, and I am responsible for managing the HUD funding that the city receives. In my time in the role as Operations Coordinator, HUD has been very supportive with learning, with reaching out to me and seeing what I need, and also with recognizing the good work that we've done. As an entitlement community, our city receives annual grant allocations from HUD through the Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG funds. The overarching purpose of the funding is to assist low to moderate income families and households. I'd like to take a few moments to read some quotes from local organizations who have benefited from CDBG funding and the impact the funding has had on their organization and our community. So the first quote is from Land of Lincoln Goodwill Youth Services. Too often we underestimate the power of a touch, a smile, a kind word, a listening ear, an honest compliment, or the smallest act of caring, all of which have the potential to turn a life around. And that's a quote from Leo Buscatla. The quote describes what the Community Development Block Grant has done for our Land of Lincoln Goodwill Youth Service Program. Our Youth Services Program is an innovative services implemented to bridge the transition from traditional mentoring to participants' life experience as a youth navigating life in and outside of their underserved community. Many of these underserved youth were potential first-generation college students that found higher education, serving their country, and entering the workforce as a realistic goal for them through Community Development Block Grant. The next is a quote from Ring of Champions. The CDBG program has helped out tremendously. I am living my dream right now, and this is possible because the funding helps to keep the lights on and the doors open. To have a safe place for kids to come and learn self-respect, discipline, and the fundamentals of boxing is such an asset to the community. And then finally, some words from Compass for Kids on how CDBG funding has benefited our community. CDBG funding is providing a full-time site coordinator for Club Compass, the elementary school year program for Compass for Kids. The site coordinator serves Club Compass students from Graham, Black Hawk, and Du Bois elementary schools. All the students are from low-income households, and all of them have additional risk factors, such as homelessness, food insecurity, suspecting neglect or abuse, foster care, or if one of their parents are incarcerated. Club Compass provides these students with academic support, social emotional support, life skills and enrichment, a family-style dinner, a bag of shelf-stable food for the weekend. Having a full-time site coordinator provides a higher level of dedication, expertise, and continually that can significantly benefit the effectiveness and sustainability of Club Compass. The impact that CDBG funding has had on our community is immeasurable. I want to personally thank HUD for coming to our city, and I promise to continue the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Kimberly Dana is the Illinois Field Officer Director, and Jerry Deese is the Program Manager for Community Development. And I'd like to turn the program over to them right now.
Good evening.
Good evening.
First, I just want to thank you, thank the mayor and thank the city council for taking the time, allowing us to join you in your meeting and to talk to you a little bit about our programs and to our leaders. I really appreciate your taking time to be here so that we can do this. So I know we wanted to talk a little bit about how funding works and process and all that, but first let's celebrate, because that's more fun, and it also speaks to some of the impact that these programs have. So the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974 just celebrated its 50th birthday in August. And that program gave birth to both the Community Development Block Grant Program and the Housing Choice Voucher Program, which are represented and well administered here in the city. Just a little bit about the broader program that I wanted to share. CDBG, since 2005, since we don't, it's so old we don't even have records anymore to go all the way back. So we'll just go back to 2005. And from 2005 until now, we've invested $160 billion in communities. This is a well-loved and well-used program. It's provided infrastructure improvements that have benefited over 56 million people. It has provided housing, development, and rehabilitation that has benefited more than 2 million people, 2 million households, so many more people. Public services, and we heard just some beautiful stories about public services here in Springfield that have served more than 194 million people. And economic development that has created jobs and stabilized jobs, more than 560,000 jobs across the nation. Here in Springfield, the CDBG program has meant $83.9 million over the last 50 years, with over 1,300 households benefited through a staple program that the city has had for many years, which is just housing rehabilitation, housing stabilization, and a little bit of development, a little support for development, but also demolition to stabilize communities. That money right now, just in current day time, has also been used to leverage new investments. And we're really excited that the city chose to use the block grant program to leverage almost $6 million in lead hazard reduction and healthy homes funding, which also provides additional stabilization and health to housing here in Springfield. On the Housing Choice Voucher Program, over $68 million just in the last 4 years alone have been invested through the Housing Choice Voucher Program. There's 2,400 vouchers that are providing housing stability to some of our lowest income and most fragile populations here in Springfield. And again, just looking back a few years to 2005, since 2005, over 7,600 households have benefited from the voucher program. Nationally, we looked at our data, and more than half, more than 50% of all funds that go to Housing Choice Vouchers and all participants in Housing Choice Vouchers are elderly and disabled. There's a much richer story about the people that we serve in Housing Choice Voucher, but I also think it's really important for us to think about who we're serving with these funds. The other thing that's really brilliant and exciting about the Housing Choice Voucher Program is that it's also used to stabilize and produce additional units of housing, because the Housing Choice Voucher Program is so flexible. It's also part of an investment package that brings additional funds for housing or both rehab and stabilization. So I just wanted to give you a couple of those little highlights. And then I'd really like to thank Jackie Newman, Val Yazel, and their teams for their outstanding leadership. This is a successful community. This Housing Choice Voucher Program, this public housing authority is well respected. The city of Springfield is performing very admirably. You've heard a little bit from Val, and I'm going to brag a little bit on both the city and the housing authority, and then I'm going to step aside and ask Jackie to come up and talk a little bit more about the housing authority, but I just wanted to raise a couple of things. The pandemic, we're still digging out of it. I deal with the state of Illinois because I am the Illinois Field Office Director, but I also had the honor of serving the entire nation with the Community Development Block Grant CARES Act. So I had the opportunity to look across the country and see what communities did with their Community Development Block Grant Program and other CARES Act and Recovery Act programs to stabilize our communities in pandemic. I'm going to remind you here in Springfield that over $1.5 million was spent on sheltering people who became homeless because of the pandemic, but also providing rental assistance to keep people in their homes so that they did not become homeless because of the pandemic. Also providing services for feeding and for children. That was the CARES Act. Supporting and stabilizing small businesses, CARES Act. Block grant. Block grant is a big, broad, and flexible program, and we're going to talk a little bit about how it operates later when we do our little kind of shop talk about block grant. But one thing you should know is that when we are presented with an emergency, when we have a significant challenge, the block grant stands right in front of us as a flexible tool for addressing some of those needs in the most immediate terms. So we also see it being used for disaster, the pandemic being the most current disaster that we're speaking about here, but also for disasters that come from, you know, natural disasters and other things. So block grant is really important. So we come out of the pandemic, a disaster that this big, broad, flexible program stood up and served, and we look around the nation and we see communities reeling. We're trying to get our feet back underneath us, and that battle is not over yet. And one of the biggest battles that have come out of the pandemic, and something that Springfield is also working through, is housing production and housing stabilization. We are having a crisis of housing. And a lot of that is just the rollover from the pandemic. And so when you hear Val talking about, you know, improving the timely expenditure of funds, what she means is that she was working with the funds that, you know, that these communities are chewing through, right? So we've got this mountain of money that we poured down because we were in a disaster. And these communities valiantly moved through that money and stabilized their communities. But while they were doing that, the block grant, just the regular money, is sitting there across the nation. This is not Springfield's problem, this is everybody's problem. There's more money that needs to be spent for the long-term plans of this community. So one thing that may not be as obvious that I wanted to raise is that Springfield is actually doing really well compared to other communities in the state and in the country in catching up in the use of regular block grant dollars for the long-term needs of its community. In other words, working through post-pandemic. We're getting there. We're getting there here. And so the investment in Poplar Place I thought was really interesting because we have this need post-pandemic to do property stabilization and to do additional production of units. And so when the city needed to spend that money, they didn't just spend it anywhere. They made a choice to use it to stabilize a critical area in the city where housing needed to be stabilized. The lead program, again, leveraged by block grant, but again, a deep need for housing stabilization. Springfield is doing something that I literally have seen nowhere else in the country. There are 30 certified lead contractors, and they're wanting to do business here. If I could replicate that across the country, I would, because we are in desperate need of rehabbing. And do you know that contractors will not go to a single-family home and rehab those homes? Forget about lead, just regular rehab. Let's think of a senior citizen wants to have her home rehabbed. We can't get contractors because they don't want to deal with lead requirements. They don't want to deal with federal requirements. Yet here in Springfield, you have 30 who not only will do contracting, they're lead contractors. It's like a unicorn. I can't tell you what a big deal that is. And so I just have to congratulate the city on that. The other thing that the city is doing is streamlining rehab, because one of the other things that happened post-pandemic is we had this huge turnover of staff. And indeed, you have new staff at the city right here. And what that meant was if we have all these people standing in line who need to stabilize their properties, these are single-family homes, they're looking for single-family rehab, we actually have to have the staff who have the capacity to manage contractors to get that work done, to write the scope of work. And that required, in the case of Springfield, to do some streamlining of procedures. I can't tell you, they killed me with shop talk all afternoon. We were talking about regulations, we were talking about policies and procedures and ways to do it better. That's admirable because we need to stabilize and produce additional housing. So that's the CDBG side. Public housing. So one thing I would just like to recognize for the Springfield Housing Authority is that it has a national designation of excellence called CMAP, CMAP High Performer. It's called the Section 8 Management Assessment Program. So this is one of the highest honors for a public housing authority, meaning that they are one of the best functioning in the nation. And indeed, that bears out in the Housing Choice Voucher Program, where they are above the national average for using the housing choice vouchers and the other special purpose vouchers that they're working with. So they lead the nation, they lead the state. And then I just would say that right before the pandemic, they did a 28-unit RAD conversion, stabilizing 28 units for the Lincolnwood Estates. And that kind of speaks to the sophistication of the Housing Authority because those vouchers can be converted into a resource that's used to stabilize or expand housing. And that's indeed what the Springfield Housing Authority is doing. And while they were doing that, they were helping HUD manage the Peoria Housing Authority, where they also stabilized a massive public housing development and provided decent, safe, and sanitary housing. And I've been with HUD for 33 years, and I just want to paint a picture for you about what this housing authority is doing. One time we were working through another disaster. Do you remember 2008 and the financial crash? We were working with to reclaim properties that had been foreclosed, and we renovated them. We had a mother. She had a mother and her husband and her 2 children. And we had this rehab that was done, and she walks into the property, and it's beautiful. It has a decent kitchen, a floor that it's just a nice, solid, wood floor, and she's got a nice little security section, like outside of her house, where she could store her belongings. You know how if you don't have a garage. And she goes into the property. She had lived there before, and they came back and stabilized it. She said, "Oh, that can't be for me. It's too nice. Is this for me?" Yeah, you get to live here. This is your home. Public housing and the Housing Choice Voucher Program, which provides additional stability and more mixed finance rehab for housing, means that people get to live in decent housing with a good kitchen where you can feed your twin boys, where you can feel safe that you put your belongings in the basement, where you have a good solid floor, and that you can clean and keep and maintain with new windows. And we're providing that. What we go home to every night, we're providing to people that we've been serving who've been living in conditions that you would not choose to live in. And they're providing that. And not only are they providing that, they're providing additional units, new units of housing using the Housing Choice Voucher Program as well as other resources. And so I can't thank you all enough for your leadership, for what you're doing for residents here, and for your partnership with HUD. So I'm going to stop there. I'd like to turn it over to Jackie to talk a little bit more and brag a little bit more on the Housing Authority, and then I would just like to have the opportunity to present a certificate acknowledging our partnership with both the Housing Authority and the city. Jackie?
Good afternoon. I'll be brief. For those who don't know me, my name is Dr. Jackie L. Newman, and I have the privilege to serve as Executive Director for the Springfield Housing Authority. I've had the privilege to work for the Housing Authority. It'll be 40 years in January, and I've had the privilege to serve as its Executive Director for 20 years. And so I stand here today just to talk a little bit about what we're doing through our Housing Choice Voucher Program. I really appreciated the opportunity, so thank you for the invitation to briefly take a look back, because sometimes we're so busy doing that we forget the impact. And so I appreciate the opportunity to take a look back at what the Housing Authority has been doing in partnership. Since we did our first Housing Choice Voucher public public-private partnership with West Washington Plaza, which was a 101 unit for senior citizens that still exists now on West Washington Street. And then the most recent that she mentioned, which is our partnership with Poplar Place, which we're proud to partner with as a housing authority, but our not-for-profit is also proud to serve as a part owner in that development. So just to talk briefly about some of the public-private partnerships in which the housing authority has been instrumental, it includes Nehemiah Homes, which many of you might be familiar with, all 4 phases, Madison Park Place, which we are currently doing renovation and rehabilitation, Lincolnwood Estates, Hope Springs, Mason Street Apartments, Timberlake Senior Living, Union Baptist Plaza and its 24-unit senior housing development, Kings Court, and Cook Street Renaissance, to name a few. But what's important about the voucher is that it's a key component for most of the affordable housing initiatives that's done through the Illinois Housing Development Authority. And we support the expansion of diverse affordable housing options for our diverse populations within the city. We have ensured to try to use our vouchers as a resource to leverage additional funding here in the city. We have chosen to use our vouchers to expand services for our veterans through our VASH vouchers, for persons who are experiencing homelessness through our emergency housing vouchers, for families who need to reunite with their families through DCFS, through our Family Unification Program vouchers, for our near elderly disabled community to ensure that they can continue to live independently, and for our homeownership families who have improved their credit scores and are looking to move from rental to homeownership. So throughout the 50 years, we have expanded from being a voucher program of 52 vouchers with a budget of $197,000 back then to a program with over 2,600 vouchers and $17 million a year that we invest into our community. So as our affordable housing needs evolve and grow, we at the Housing Authority believe that we are uniquely positioned in our ability to expand the voucher program. And so we look forward to doing that. We look forward to working with the city. We look forward to 50 more years of voucher expansion. And I appreciate the opportunity to be able to talk with you on today just about the resource that we have at the Housing Authority. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just like the opportunity to, it's just a very humble acknowledgement of partnership. Jerry, if you would.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jerry Dees. I'm a program manager in the Chicago field office of the Office of Community Planning and Development. I've been with the city for, let's say, about 10 years. I used to be your CPD rep many years ago. And now one of my employees, Hannah Henscheid, is your CPD rep and actually the one that works with Yael and Val and her staff. So on behalf of Acting Secretary Tutman, our Deputy Regional Administrator, Mr. Jim Cunningham, our CPD Regional Director, Mr. Matt Lamantia, and of course, our Field Office Director, Kimberly Dana, and our CPD Director, Mr. Don Cathan, I would like to present this certificate of recognition to the City of Springfield for being one of our original participants in the Community Development Block Grant Program in the state of Illinois. I myself, having this relationship with the city, I feel very proud of the work that the city is doing because I have seen the challenges that the city have had in the past and how the city is coming together to actually continue to work for the people of this city and for the communities that we represent over here. So thank you very much to you guys for doing this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And for my part, on behalf of the Acting Secretary, Adrian Todman, Deputy Regional Administrator, Jim Cunningham, our Public Housing Director, shop now. Is now a good time to do that? Shop now. Is now a good time to do that?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So I have some notes. Jerry Dees is the king of shop talk, but I'm going to start us out. I've been with HUD for 33 years. The great majority of them have been working in the Office of Community Planning and Development, where your CDBG and your home dollars come from, as well as the Continuum of Care's homeless funds. And so I thought that it would be helpful for us to talk a little bit about how those funds work and what the process is. This is a heavily regulated process. It is super complex because there are many different programs and many different iterations of the programs which carry with them their own regulations. Let's talk about entitlement community, and we'll start there, and then we'll talk about competitive funds. So we have a formula that helps us to determine how much money comes to each community in the United States from the Community Development Block Grant Program and the Home Investment Partnerships Program, amongst other programs. Those are the two programs that we award here in Springfield. Those programs are awarded based on population size, poverty rate, condition of housing, and a number of other factors that determine how much money the community will receive. The community is entitled to these funds. So what that means is they don't have to compete for them. The community only needs to apply for the funds. However, our application process does carry with it some regulatory requirements. So when a community is going to receive entitlement funds, it is required to create a consolidated plan. This is something I'm sure that you have to act upon on an annual basis. There's a 5-year plan that tells us, and we require a detailed accounting of the number of units, the condition of units, the level of poverty, income levels, and there's a plan to do housing and then a plan to do community development. So housing, and then think infrastructure, services, jobs are the community development piece. There are a required set of criteria that are placed in the 5-year plan, and then there is there's an action plan where the activities are carried out on an annual basis. That action plan is filed for 5 years against the goals that are set up in the 5-year plan. It's HUD's responsibility to make sure that the community is providing an adequate description to members of the community. The plan is not for HUD. The plan is for the members of the City of Springfield, residents of the City of Springfield, stakeholders of the City of Springfield, to understand what the housing and community development needs are, what the priorities are, how funds will be distributed across the geography of the City of Springfield. There is a required process for consultation with stakeholders. Those are general members of the public, they are housing organizations, service organizations, businesses, government agencies, and others that we list in very specific detail as to who they must, at a minimum, speak with. And then in addition, the city can choose other stakeholders to speak with in order to define that plan, the priorities, and how the funds will be distributed. That is the 5-year consolidated plan. And also that consultation process occurs on an annual basis. We also require on an annual basis that the city evaluate its performance against the priorities and goals that are set in the 5-year plan. The annual action plan is how the city carries out its 5-year consolidated plan using HUD resources and any other resources they've chosen to include in the plan. When an annual action plan is filed, we are identifying a certain allocation based on that formula that I mentioned. The city must come in and have a budget. All sources that HUD provides must have designated uses. If the sources don't match the uses and then come to a total budget for all sources that HUD's providing, HUD cannot award the funds. So communities go through a detailed process of identifying the use of funds by working through this planning process that I've described. And then they are expected to carry out the funds, the use of the funds as described in that annual action plan. And on an annual basis, we review whether or not those funds were used as allocated in the plan. They are supposed to be using 100% of their funds. And if they aren't using 100% of their funds, we want to understand why the funds haven't been used. If they change the use of the funds, we want to understand why the change in use occurred. And they can't just change the use of funds. They must always go back to the public to change the use of funds. You can make minor changes, but once you make a substantive change called a substantial amendment to the use of funds, that also has to be put before citizens in a citizen participation process. So at the beginning of the plan, there's a citizen participation process to say this is all the money we expect to receive and this is how we want to use all of the money. At the end of the year, this is how we use the money. This is what change happened in our use of the money. If there's a substantial change in between the beginning of the year and the end of the year when they report, they would also have to go through another citizen participation process. That process requires a minimum of 2 public hearings. It also requires an advertisement, usually in the newspaper or on the internet. It also requires a public comment period where people can write in and ask questions, make requests, make complaints, and then be responded to. And HUD reads all of that material. If any of these elements in the process are not followed, HUD cannot issue the grant agreements. All grant agreements must be signed, all applications for funds must come in by August 16th at the very latest, or you will lose your grant for the year. And that would be a significant loss. So we work very hard with our communities to make sure that they submit an adequate plan and they submit it on time. So, so there is a process where there's a program year defined for the city. And I think the city, Jerry, isn't it July 1st? It's July 1st, right? So in the case of July 1st, they're coming into HUD at least 45 days ahead of July 1st with their plan. And then Jerry's staff reviews that and then comments on it, makes them make edits, or sends it back to the drawing board if citizen participation wasn't done, all sources don't meet uses, and so forth. So that's the out-front plan. Once that plan has occurred, then implementation begins. And then HUD has a fairly rigorous compliance protocol. We have not only the Community Development Block Grant Program rules, the Home Investment Partnerships Program rules, but we also have all of the other federal requirements that go with it. For example, environmental requirements, reporting requirements, and financial requirements. We spent a good deal of time this afternoon actually poring over those requirements because the city has been concerned with making sure that it's doing everything the right way. This has been really challenging for cities across the country, all of our grantees, because we're throwing a lot of different programs and we're kind of changing our programs a little bit, right? So you've got the home program, then you have the Home American Rescue Program, which is a little bit different than the home program. You have the CDBG program, then you have the CDBG CARES Act program, which is a little bit different than the CDBG program. So there's all of these rules that they have to get right. They have to target the right populations. They have to do the right work and document it properly. And that's been a little challenging because we have all of these recovery funds going through because we're post-pandemic. At its very essential core, the CDBG program has one thing, and that is overall benefit. Overall, the program must benefit at least 70% of the people that are benefited by the program have to be low and moderate income households, meaning 80% area median income or below. Okay, so that's the bottom line. But we say that the activity has to be eligible and it has to meet a national objective. Eligibility might be rehab, it might be infrastructure, it might be home ownership assistance or public services, right? The national objective is I proved that I benefited a low and moderate income person or household, I benefited a low and moderate income community or area, or I have addressed and eliminated slums and blighted areas, okay? Address slums and blight. So that's kind of the litmus test for CDBG. Home is much more complex and it really talks about targeting the incomes of people. So some people can be 80% of area median income below. Some of them have to be 60 or as much as 50% of area median income and below, but it's primarily a production, right, program. So it's for rehabbing, it's for constructing affordable housing, it's for providing tenant-based rental assistance. So its rules are extraordinarily complex compared to CDBG. That happens, and then HUD conducts a risk analysis. And based on the amount of money, audit findings, what was written in the annual report, anything that causes us concern. We do a set of risk for our 42 or 43 communities I think we have, and we decide who's highest risk and we monitor them. For those who are not highest risk, we provide technical assistance. So the last time, Jerry, we monitored in Springfield?
Don't know on top of my head when was the last time, but it was
2017. So Springfield is not a small community in the group of CDBG communities, but that says something about the risk analysis, that the city's not considered a high-risk grantee. But we have, because we haven't monitored, been doing a lot of technical assistance, which Val has mentioned. And so we're spending a great deal of time with the city to make sure that its policies, its procedures, and its performance are meeting HUD's requirements without actually doing a formal monitoring. But you can look at the audit too. Audits are also something that we scrutinize, and we scrutinize the financial and performance reporting that comes in on an annual basis. So that is, in a nutshell, how our programs work. I want to give Jerry, who is an expert in this area, a chance to comment. Did I miss anything, Jerry?
So basically talking about the risk analysis, like Kimberly said, we do this risk analysis every year. We not only do risk for our formula programs, but we also do risk for a continuum of care. Here in the state of Illinois, just for a matter of perspective, we have, right now, this particular year, we have a total of 41 entitlement communities that actually translate to over 70 different type of grants, meaning the home, CDBG, the Emergency Solutions Grant, which is another program that we have, the Housing Opportunities for People with AIDS program. We have the multiple disaster grants out there. We still have some NSP grants out there. So we have a total of about 101 grants or programs that are actually active in the state of Illinois just for the formula side. So with that said, we have to conduct a risk analysis for that. On the competitive side, which is basically the homeless side, we have a total of about 123 agencies that translate to roughly to 401 continuum of care or homeless grants out there. So that's a whole different program. Under the COC program, there's particular agencies, or through the continuum of care, or the agencies, the lead agency, which in you guys, in this particular case, the continuum of care of Springfield. You guys are basically receive all these applications from the different agencies that are applying for some of this, for either for permanent supportive housing, transitional housing, what else? Rapid rehousing. So the continuum of care basically receives these applications. It goes through a competition every year. We actually, these agencies compete, or this continuum of care compete for money. So once that money comes out, those programs we also have to administer. So in the case of the risk, going back to risk, the reason why perhaps you guys have not been seen for a few years now is because we have to review every single one of these programs. So sometimes in the past, prior to the pandemic, we used to do roughly about 36 monitoring reviews throughout the year. This past year, as we are trying to get back into the post-pandemic operations, we just monitor only 18 programs. This coming year in 2025, we are not going to be monitoring in fiscal year 2025, but it's because now our office is going to be working with the congressional grants, which I estimate that we're going to get about 250 of those grants that we had to put out, which is very different from you guys because you go through the process of having to meet all these regulatory requirements. You go through the process of making sure that the money is being spent on time that is actually being used in accordance to the different regulations, whereas the congressional grants are different. Just basically, there's multiple agencies out there that perhaps do not have the capacity as a local government or perhaps some of the COC agencies have to administer this grant. So there's going to be a lot of emphasis and attention being paid this coming year to some of these grants, but we also still have to review your consolidated plan, which you have the 5-year consolidated plan coming up. We still have to review your capers. We still have to make sure that you're spending your money in a timely fashion. We still have to review all the annual performance reviews on the COC side. So we're still doing the business that we have to do normally. But this is just basically a little bit of a perspective of the type of collaboration that our office does with the city in either through the formula side or the competitive side.
Jerry made a really good point, and I think this is a time-consuming and regulatorily heavy thing. So in the congressional project funds, they just go to the congressional representative, they run a competition process, and they choose whoever they're going to choose, and HUD is administering that. But here at the city, they not only have to consult the community and go through a detailed consultation process to determine what projects should be funded, but they also have to take the responsibility of determining which entities actually have the capacity to receive those federal dollars and then measure their performance. So it's a very different thing, and it's highly structured. So that's in a nutshell, but we want to stop there and make sure that, are there questions?
Of course. Thank you. We'll start with Alderman Gregory.
Thank you, Chair. Mine's not really questions, but these are just truths about our community here, right? So, I'll start out that for my ward, we're not pleased with how CBDG funding is going, and I'll give you some examples, right? Three of the organizations that we gave example, Land of Lincoln, Goodwill, felt the guys do a great job with that. But Ring of Champions, before I came here, they called me. Not that they didn't receive funding from this city, right? Because they did. But in the manner in which they received the funding. They received the funding for programming rather than by the facility.
Okay.
And the reason why I'm saying that, because just a week prior, we gave $180,000 to an organization for elevators. So it's really what we're trying to push on is ownership in our communities. I don't know if you've ever been to Ward 2 in Springfield, Illinois, but, you know, for all the good things that you said, I could, you know, tell you some ranks of where we rank at for my community that aren't so good. So that's what we're trying to really push is ownership to these things, because if he owns the building, now he won't have to be coming back. Oh, we're paying rent and utilities for him with CBDG funding, when we could have just bought the building, funding, programming wise, and then he's off and rolling for violence prevention, which is the national narrative of that. So it's really the thought process of where we're at with it, and you know, I compliment HUD, you know, for 50 years, $83 million throughout communities, but I can guarantee you communities like the one I represent across this country is still suffering, so it's not working. We need to change some things, right? And ownership is one of those things. I went and I looked up best practices for HUD funding for communities like mine. And many of the things you spoke on, homeless prevention, those are things that we have picked it up and done well. We have, we're just finishing, 40 houses from Nehemiah. Great job. Ms. Newman does a great job with both entities and several entities that she does. But within our community, we still have the need for more rehab, violence prevention things, and more organizations getting to the thing. More public input. You spoke on public input. Every time we give out this, I ask how many public comments we got. We never have too many, right? And that's very, very, very important. On some of the lists that you got, there's an organization out here that's in the 5-year plan or the 4-year or whatever year it is. He's never spoken to us. Their organizations never spoken to us, but they're listed as an organization that we've spoken to in our annual action plan. So our comprehensive plan, one of those. So those things are very, very, very concerning to us. Lead paint. I got a guy right now messaging me saying, hey, I passed everything. I'm a lead paint supervisor. I ain't got no work. But then I got people calling me saying, I need my windows done, Sean, what's going on, And then I asked, we ain't got contractors. So I'll say this, that what I've learned is that we can make papers look how it wants to look, but when you go walk over there, we talk about lead, 1,800 lead lines. In my ward, just one, $35 million worth of work. I haven't even spoke on the rest of them. So, you know, the public comment, the community input, the community voices of where we want to go with these things is surely needed. And then everything else and that we need to do, whether it's home ownership or da-da-da. But I can say what we do a lot of is the things that keep communities like mine in poverty, not bring us out. And I want to see us out of it. I want to see home ownerships. I want to see business owners, the economics in one of those plans that says economic activity, 0.
Okay, so can I?
Sure.
I'm going to break down what you said. Okay, couple things that were said. One is, I got money for a public service, right? The program. They want to pay for the program, but I wanted the money for the building, okay? So one of them is an eligible activity called acquisition. Another one is an activity called public service, okay? So let's start there. So in the consolidated plan, what did the city plan to do in terms of acquisition? We don't love acquisition because we always say acquisition is just acquisition. Acquisition for the delivery of a public service? Did the public service exist? I don't know. But when you're choosing to do acquisition, that has to go in the 5-year plan. If you chose to do public services, then funding the public service makes sense. So I don't know, and I think you're talking about the citizen participation process and how robust it is or how robust it is not. We have a constant problem across the nation that people don't come out for the public participation. There is a consultation process, and that is a much more specific thing. So if it's not actually happening, like, oh, this consultation didn't really happen, that's when you're talking to Jerry Dees, because that's his compliance responsibility. But so you've got acquisition, you got public services. Then you mentioned, economic development, so jobs, you mentioned rehab, and mentioned lead. So I also think there's an administrative issue, right? So one of the things the city has been working through and working with Jerry's staff on is rehab administration. So this is a problem across the nation. It's very common. After pandemic, everybody lost their staff. So you had to build back the staff, train the staff, create new, policies and procedures and update those. And in the meantime, there's this huge list of people just waiting for rehab assistance. And in some cases, $5 million of lead. I have to tell you, when I saw the second, the Healthy Homes grant come through for Springfield, my stomach dropped because I thought, oh my gosh, how are you going to chew through that money? Even though the need is here, you actually have to have the contractors and the staff to get it done. And so it sounds like we're making some pretty good progress on that. And so now the question comes in the annual, reporting process, which I believe is right now. You just finished it, right, in July? How have we done to get better at our administration of the program to move that money? And is there something more that we need to do? In terms of public participation, I do think that needs to be more robust. And we've got some tools online about enhancing public participation. It's also a good question for stakeholders to have. And then one more thing for you. So we want to do housing. We got lead lines, we got lead paint, we got rehab. Guess what? The CDBG program is going like this. And you know what is going up? Congressional project funds. So one thing, just as your colleague and your federal government partner, is that you must include your congressional representatives and your senators in this conversation, because CDBG, we don't have as much money as we desperately need. So, okay.
So my final two things, I agree with you on that, on those conversations. Absolutely, I know I'm definitely going to continue those conversations because we've had some about those. And my final comment would be on the public comment and the community's involvement. Would we say maybe it would be a good idea to have those public meetings in the low census tract, so to speak, that those projects are going to go in? Would that not be
I don't know. Do we have a requirement for where they occur?
So the requirements basically says that you have to have 2 public hearings, but that doesn't mean that that's just 2 public hearings. If you want to do a consultation, or if you want to do, for example, it's just the hearings. If you want to do 3, 4, 5, 10, that's what you can do. But the requirement is at least 2. In regards to consultation, and just FYI, Right now, in 2025, all the communities here in the state of Illinois are supposed to present their next 5-year consolidated plan. This is the time for you guys, all of you, to determine what are the priorities and the needs of the city. This is the part when you guys come together, and once you identify those needs, identify the goals of what you guys want to put forward for the next 5 years. This is your time to plan, not just for 2025, but moving forward up to 2029. With that being said, the money that HUD gives to you is what you guys propose to us.
Right.
So it's up to every single one of the community leaders and you guys to go back to your wards and do that community engagement and present what are the needs of your ward, and then come together for the next 5 years to decide this is what we want to go to moving forward. So
Jerry, the consultation,
I think what he's asking is like public comment. We have.
Val, can you come up to the mic?
I think, Alderman, what you're asking about is when I just recently had a caper, and you would ask, we had typically had it at like noon, and so you asked us to have it after work. So we had it after work. Nobody here. But I think he was asking, is there any requirement where we have it? We had it in council chambers, the central, but, you know, I think, is that what you, is that what you were asking?
I think going forward, what will help us to really get a consensus on what the community, low and moderate income, which really wants and is really speaking to us, is going out into those communities and having these public meetings, whether it's at a church, the Boys and Girls Club, on and on.
So that is, so you're talking about two different things, though. One is the plan going forward, and the other one's the reporting. For the reporting, there's just a hearing, right?
Yeah, yeah.
There's not a detailed consultation process like in the con plan. So for that, the city can add any additional meeting requirements it wishes. So you can go out to communities. You can go out, and also the alders in any ward can also solicit that feedback in its own manner and bring it back to the city if the city so chooses to do it that way. There's lots of ways, and we want you to do it. Please innovate, because we're not getting people to show up. So,
and then the other thing that you have to consider is that there's this thing called the citizen participation plan,
right,
which is something that you guys put together to determine what will constitute a substantial amendment, because the HUD definition says any substantial change in funding. Some people can put a requirement that says anything below $50,000 will require a substantial amendment, but keep in mind that if you do a substantial amendment, that there's other additional requirements, or we can say any changes above, below $200,000 does not require a citizen participation or a consultation.
Like, how do you do consultation?
But the thing is that citizen participation plan, which you put together, is what determines how you're going to consult with your communities. Our requirements is that you follow your citizen participation plan, that you actually put the plan out there for a 30-day comment period, and that you do your public hearings. However you want to create that citizen participation plan, it's just up to you guys.
So that's a really good point. So if you haven't read the citizen participation plan, that's going back.
You good, Alderman?
I am good, thank you.
Alderman Williams?
Yeah, so I had like 50 things, but for the sake of time, I streamlined it to 4, pretty much because, as you said earlier in your statement, this is heavily regulated and super complex. A lot of these problems, I want to start with Poplar Place. We just did a ribbon cutting, and interestingly, we're 100%. So I know the need is there. I know the need is already filled up and at ribbon cutting, you know. So, and then I have several Nehemiah homes. I think we do great in those areas. The lead piece, the jury's out, because CDLBOP just announced we're going to be in the community with hearings, educating the people impacted that have the lead pipes. So we're going to go straight into those schools or into those resource centers where the people are that's impacted. So we eliminate some of what this alderman's talking about. I want to move on to this word where I get agitated with my demolition list growing. And I have to ask myself, well, how did we get this big and this many bad houses? And it comes back to, I think it's your word, I'm going to ask you, HUD requiring owner occupied? Is that you guys? Any of your programs required owner occupied? In Springfield, Illinois, if we rent, many programs we can't participate in because we're not owner occupied. And maybe you need to be interested in this, because to me that's very frustrating, because when you're an alderman and you're representing neighborhoods of 60 to 70% renters, 60 to 70%, Pillsbury, I can go on and on in these areas where they're all renters. We got these beautiful programs, these pots of money from you and from others, and we get told, but you got to be owner occupied. So I've had thoughts like, well, okay, can we do a clawback? Can you go to Florida and find the landlord and do a clawback, say he can't sell it for 7 years? Because a lot of this is us up here not holding our landlords, landowners, realtors, whatever you want to call them, accountable. That is the biggest problem Springfield has. And then the houses get on the demo list because they use Jackie's vouchers, all housings programs, any kind of program they can find, make all this money, never fix nothing because we don't hold them accountable. Then the house is so deteriorated, it don't qualify no more because either our inspector or Director Newman's inspector said, oh, no good no more, this ain't been fixed. So then there goes my demo list growing. So that's why I'm trying to fix this owner occupied. And if it ain't you, I was told it was you, so I'll be visiting our department. And finally, because I'm going to let you give me the feedback, and this is more for Ms. Director Newman. So many times my constituents will call me and say, well, housing, maybe Springfield Housing, told me that's between you and your landlord. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. I'm listening to the problem. I'll get pulled back by corporate counsel. You can't be getting into leases, Alderman. The city, we don't get all that deep into somebody's private lease or personal lease. And then if housing is saying that's between you and the landlord, and I'm just describing to you that our council does not hold our realtors, real estate owners, landlords accountable, we don't have a good system at all, the people suffer. So I was wondering, what does HUD have to fix those kind of things? Because I really didn't hear a lot of that. And I'll end there because I know there's other speakers and we've been here a while now.
Thank you, sir. That's so, okay. You've raised a couple of just outstanding points, and I'm just really appreciating this conversation. So first of all, I really think it would be helpful for community leaders if there was a mapping of the different programs and where they're coming from, because that would help you to understand who you need to talk to about how the programs operate.
Well, I was going to pick on Jerry now that I found out clients, but
yeah, but it's
for
not
your programs, I guess.
But so that I think is really I think just understanding the whole ecosystem of the different housing and community development programs will help you understand. So this owner-occupied thing, as soon as you said it, I look back at Val, I was like, yeah, that's IDA. That's Illinois Housing Development Authority. That comes through a treasury program that they do that provides for demolition. So that is not, so CDBG, again, is a big, broad program. CDBG can be used for owner-occupied rehab, rental-occupied rehab. That is not an issue. But this demolition, we say demolition is the first step. You're demolishing it as eligible activity. What's the national objective? If you're going to demolish something, then the national objective is what? Are you doing elimination of slums and blight? Are you demolishing it to assemble property to do a new project? Because until you do that, demolition actually not eligible. But the problem you're having is a state requirement that comes from a treasury program. And so I do think a mapping of the different programs and sources and what those requirements are would be very helpful, so you know when you're talking to the city versus when you're talking to the state and whether the city can go with you to talk to the state, with their program staff, right, to understand. So, and then are there other sources when it can't be because the state requirements don't allow? Okay. Then you talked about landlords. So it is true that even when you have a housing choice voucher, the relationship, the voucher is the voucher, but a renter has the lease with the landlord. So they must be involved in working out issues with the landlord. So what can we do with that? HUD has certified or HUD-approved housing counseling agencies that can help. Also, fair housing program organizations that can help a resident to understand their rights and to advocate. There's also support through the Housing Authority to help a renter to advocate on behalf of themselves when they're having an issue with their landlord. So I do think we need more HUD-approved housing counseling agencies because rental issues are complex, and we've had more and more problems post-pandemic than I've ever seen in my life. Then you have legal aid organizations, which of course I'm sure you are more than aware of. Did we hit everything?
Yeah, I think that helped. I think our shortcoming as an alderman is, I guess when we try to help, we can overstep our boundaries when leases and we get legal and things like that, and that makes us have to step back, But we want to help. We want to help the constituent. And I think the map will help. That was a good suggestion. That'll help because that would let me know if I'm fighting with Senator Turner, if I'm fighting with Val, if I'm fighting with whoever.
And you should be talking to your state senator about some of the issues that you're raising. I've heard other jurisdictions do the same, and I've sat with state senators and state representatives. Very important to do.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
No problem. Can I ask for Dr. Newman to come up, though, because Alderman Williams made a good point, but I don't want to speak on your behalf, though, Jackie. I want you to say it. How your inspectors step in that helps with some of those mitigations when you have problems between the tenant and the landlord and you guys go in to inspect those properties, how that process works, because I think that'll really help too a little bit.
Sure. I think the first thing that I want to say is that the Housing Authority is the contract administrator in the voucher program. As Kimberly said, the lease agreement is between the landlord and the voucher holder. And so we do our best as specialists and as inspectors to address the issue. The leverage that we have is if the problem isn't fixed, the Housing Authority can abate the rent. So that means we stop the payment and they don't get it back until the situation is fixed. Again, that's regulated by what HUD says. They have, if it's an emergency, it's 24 hours. If it's not an emergency, it's 30 days. If they don't fix it within a certain time frame, they have 30 days to fix it. If it's not fixed by the 31st day, then we have the ability to abate the rent. But I think what's important is that we are the contract administrator in the voucher program. We do our best to serve as a liaison between them, but the lease agreement is not with the Housing Authority. But we try to, lean in and provide influence.
It's similar to me. So code violations, I can be involved. I can get, things up to code, deal with the city departments about a code violations. But I'll be honest, a lot of constituents come to me with issues with landlords. And not all of them are code violations, but they are important issues. Mm-hmm. And where to send them and where to go and how to get those type of things fixed has always been a challenge, because one of the things I get told is, hey, that's between the landlord and the tenant at that point. So I appreciate your answer. I didn't think we would get it all resolved, but Val, this was worth it. I mean, it's been a long time, but I got a few things, so. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Alderwoman Nutriano.
Thank you, Chair. So thank you for coming and presenting. This has been eye-opening for me. One question before. So the CAPER meeting, who is that directed at? Who's supposed to attend? And is that a hearing, or are you looking for comments?
It's a hearing and a public comment period. So they can submit written comments. We really love to see those. And then there's a public hearing, and we actually read the minutes of the hearing.
So you're looking for people who are benefiting from these programs to come and participate?
it's open to the community, so we're looking for government officials, we're looking for residents, beneficiaries, and program participants, like the entities that carry out the programs.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. So I just wanted to reiterate, when I heard Alderman Gregory speaking, what became clear to me is that the problem that we have is with our form of government, we are not always, as a council, in the loop in the planning phase of this. So all of this information about a citizen participation plan and the consolidated plan and the 5-year plan, that's news to me, and I'm happy to know it. What it feels like has been going on is that there are certain individuals in the community making plans for other folks to utilize resources without knowing about their lived experience, without taking their experience into account. So I think what we need to do a better job of is that participation piece where we're going out into the communities and letting the solutions come from the community as opposed to someone else who may have the best of intentions but may not know intimately what the community needs. So I'm guessing that's the citizen participation plan?
It's the consultation process, and I would urge you to speak with your program team here to read the regulations of the consultation process, because that's where you actually get a balance, right? So you have some people who have lived experience, which is extraordinarily important to HUD, but also you have people who are business owners and nonprofit organizations who, are also touching the reality of how that gets done and what can and can't be done. Your public works department, the whole 9 yards, so that you get the whole range of voices to make the best decision.
Yeah, I also want to say that, remember that the 5-year plan, as I mentioned before, in that process, you're actually identifying the needs of the city as a whole, right? And based on those needs, the city decides, what are we going to do to address those needs in the next 5 years? With that said, you also prioritize which needs are going to receive funding from this particular programs or from other type of programs that you might have.
Which is why the map is so important.
Which is why the map is important. But then at the same time, as you do that 5-year plan, you tell us, this is what we're going to do the next 5 years. This is how we are going to identify these things. We're going to do infrastructure, rehab, public services, whatever the city chooses to do. The consultation period for the plans is a 30-day comment period.
Well, no, there's a consultation process.
There's a consultation process, but when you guys put the plan ahead, citizens are supposed to, you're supposed to publish that for 30 days to say, hey, we already did the consultation, we already put all this together, this is what we're planning to do for the next 5 years. You got 30 days to bring comments. Unfortunately, it has been my experience as a rep and as a manager that when you look for comments for the public, nothing. So how do we, how can we address some of that stuff if there's no comments from the public when you have those plans out there?
And to be clear, that's not Springfield, that's the nation. This is a national problem.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I would say, for me, in my very limited, I've only been on council for a little over a year, my limited experiences, how it's not clear to me that these opportunities for input are being widely publicized. Because I have some very vocal citizens who do want to tell me, and who will let us know. They have no problem giving feedback.
Okay.
So
well,
it sounds like,
let me-
you really do need to sit down with your citizen participation plan and look at it. You've got a 5-year plan coming up. It's time to update your citizen participation plan and also do some education on the citizen participation plan.
What was the dates to those again for everybody up here? You said for the citizens participation plan?
I think it sounds like it's time to first have a presentation about what your citizen participation plan currently says, and then to make decisions to update that citizen participation plan, and to the Alderwoman's point, when you update your citizen participation plan, make sure you're asking people to help you update it in a way that makes sense to get the most voices.
And just to your point, I just want to say, for example, that it has been my experience. We require for you to publish the consultation for the plan for 30 days, right?
Publish in a
newspaper. You put an advertisement in a newspaper, and then you
That's
just.
useless, you know that, right?
I know
It goes on the website. We're doing website, newspaper postings. There's supposed to be lots of different
Sorry, can we have
methods.
order?
Yeah, let me, okay, because I think we're getting confused over here.
Okay.
You guys are supposed to put a notice out there that the plan is available for citizen comment for 30 days.
Okay.
You choose where you're going to put the plan at. You can put it at the library, you can put it at the office over here, you can put it wherever you want to put it. And you tell citizens that they have from this day to this date to review the plan and to make comments. Those are the requirements. Now, I'm going to give you my experience, for example, with the city of Evanston, where I had an alderwoman who will go out to the different community events and tell them about this.
Yeah.
So it's, you guys are meeting the requirements by saying, hey, the plan is here. It's going to be here for the next 30 days. You can come and take a look at it. But where is that engagement from community leaders, from you guys? And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to call you out, but this is my experience with, for example, the city of Evanston, where I had an older woman that she was very vocal about these things, and she will go out to the communities and tell them, the plan is here. Come take a look at it. And then that's for your 5 years. Now you're talking about the CAPER, which is the end of year review. With the plan, you're telling us this is what we're going to do the next 5 years. The CAPER, which is the Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report, that one has 15-day comment period for people to go see this is what we did. At that particular time, if something is not working, or if you realize that, hey, we thought that, just for sake of argument, that public services was going to be our biggest need, but in reality, we don't have much of a need, you guys can then do what we call a substantial amendment and say, you know what, we're not getting too much interest in these particular activities, so we're going to shift our focus to X, Y, and Z. Or we realize that we had this need and we thought that we were going to use this additional funding from somewhere else. We're planning to use CDBG now for this or home or whatever. And then you can amend your plan to basically shift that money to those activities. But it's all about engagement. And for us, from my perspective as a manager, when my employee reviews your stuff, all I'm looking at is, did they provide the public hearings? Did they put the plan out there for 30 days? Were there any comments, and were those comments addressed? If there's no comments, there's nothing else we can do because you are meeting the expectations of the regulatory requirements.
Yeah.
Now, it's a matter of engagement at your level and with community leaders.
Well, I really appreciate you saying that. I'm not gonna out anybody right now, but I did not realize what my responsibility was.
Thank you for saying that.
And again, I didn't mean to, I don't mean to like out anyone or whatever, but I'm just basically from my experience here for the years that I've been at HUD, I've seen different levels of community engagement. And I think that's where the success is at, is that community engagement starting from top down and from bottom up.
But that also goes to community groups. I've spoken to a million community groups and residents about you got to read the plan and you actually have to participate. So one thing I just wanted to clarify from a prior discussion, lead lines. Lead lines are coming from, that funding comes from EPA. Again, you got a map. It was just bothering me and I wanted to make sure you heard that. Yeah.
Are you good, Alderwoman?
Thank you, Chair.
Alderwoman Conley?
Thank you, Chair. First, thank you for coming for this presentation. I want to thank my colleagues for great questions. I only have one left. Are there any HUD certified counselors or counseling agencies to help renters in Springfield?
That's an outstanding question, and I actually wrote it down earlier because we had a conversation with the mayor about the same thing. And yes, there are. I just have to look and see who they are. They're usually your community action agency and local affordable housing organizations and the housing authority. I'm not sure if, yeah, and the housing authority is. So, yeah.
I might have to, I will reach out to some of those partners
Yeah.
then, because I also
We
have-
can give you a list.
That would
We
be
can actually give you a
wonderful.
list.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, we actually planned to give the mayor a list in any case because we already had the discussion earlier. And Jerry, you're saying training?
Yeah, I want to say, I will give the information to Val because you can actually subscribe to the listserv of Housing Council listserv, and basically every now and then they put out notices on when trainings are available to certified housing counselors. I want to say that there's also information in the HUDexchange.info website that might have information about housing counselors and how to become a housing counselor, certified housing counselor.
Here in Illinois, it is Housing Action Illinois is a great place to start for that. We want more housing counselors if you can help us with that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I'm looking forward to that list. Thank you, Chair. That was my only question.
No problem. Alderman Donovan?
Thank you, Alderwoman. Just a real brief question. We've thrown out a lot of timelines and deadlines and so forth. I just want to be very clear that we have a 5-year planning opportunity for a public input coming up.
This year
That will
is
be
now.
Right now through, and that deadline is? It's in July of next year.
We'll have to turn it in by mid-May.
Okay, so we have through mid-May. So I know Val will work with us on making sure we can all put out that information. So that means the last time we had that period was 5 years ago, right? I mean,
For the 5-year plan, yes.
Okay, so Alderman, you weren't even on the council then, so don't be so hard on yourself.
So, yeah, so the 5-year plan was 5 years ago, but every year you should also have a consultation because think of it as a hand.
Makes
You
sense.
got a 5-year. In 2025, you're telling us what you're going to do with the 5 years, and you're going to tell us what you're going to do with the first finger, right? And then the next one, the next one, the next one, and the next one.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And then we have follow-up with you annually to make sure that we're in compliance.
Correct.
Okay, this has been very, very enlightening, and I really appreciate the time. Thank you.
I would say the last thing to address would be, I know Alderman Gregory had asked Director Posey for a list of minority contractors, and I saw you address that earlier where there's a shortage. I think is Director Posey here? No? Okay. We need to follow up with him to see where we are with that list because we don't have the capacity to address half of the programs that we have available.
So in terms of minority contractors, there is, so I've noticed that there's not great reporting on minority business enterprises related to our programs any longer. Back in the day when Jerry and I did not have gray hair, I do have gray hair, there was actually a minority business enterprise report every year. And now that doesn't come in. And so,
I think we just started.
Are we doing it again,
We just started
Jerry?
again. We just started again because it's not only minority-owned
Is that a
businesses.
requirement still,
Yeah,
Jerry?
it is still a requirement. It's a minority and women-owned businesses. It's a form that I think is HUD Form
2516.
And it's coming out yearly, but I think.
Does it
before
come with a
used to be-
caper now, Jerry?
No. It's
So
coming right now.
we need to get a little clarity on that, Jerry, for the city, because that has been something I felt was missing. And then we have Section 3, which is low-income businesses, right? Or businesses who substantially employ low-income residents from the community. And that is something that my office works really closely with. We've not had great success on Section 3 because HUD has changed rules. Section 3 kind of got gutted from, let's say a political process. And now we just don't have great resources. Like, we can tell you what a Section 3 business is. We can tell you, a Section 3 business, how to go to a housing authority or how to go to the city to participate in contracting. But what we don't have is a list of Section 3 businesses or businesses that largely employ Section 3 eligible employees. We've kind of torn out our systems and we're rebuilding them, and that's problematic. And I would love your help with that, because I think that would expand contracting and access to economic opportunities. So please do.
Yeah, we'll follow up with Director Posey, and then to finalize this presentation, Director Yezel, now that we have gotten a very detailed presentation from HUD, can you now come back and give us a presentation of items that you need, next steps of what we need to do, and address some of these things that you guys had said today? I think that would be really good, and be real detailed with deadlines of what you need us all to do. Oh, and he said maps.
Yeah.
Maps. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much for your time.
Can I say just one last thing? I just want to say that we're here to support you. We are partners. Our job is to help the communities out there, low, moderate income communities, Black and brown, any type of communities that need our help, we are there. I'm from Puerto Rico. I take this job very seriously because I feel that as public servants, this is our job, to help the people that are out here. So I just want to let you know that whatever you need from us, please let us know. You have an excellent representative in Hannah Henscheid. She has experience in city government and also in the COCs, in the homeless side. So we are partners, and please come out to, reach out to us if you have any questions. This is our job, because we want to serve the people that are out here in our communities.
And maybe spend some time on the public housing process as well, and understanding how that works and how their public housing process dovetails with the city's process, because I think, again, that's the map. So, and my map is really big. I work with other federal agencies and all the different funding sources. I don't run those funding sources, but that map is always in my head, so we're always here to serve. Thanks for having us.
Thank you. Next, we will have ordinances tabled or remaining in committee. Mr. Clerk, could you please read those ordinances?
Will do. 2024-178, 2024-239, 2024-333.
Is there anyone who would like to remove any of these ordinances for committee consideration? Seeing none.
Ordinance for committee consideration. CWLP 2024-422, an ordinance authorizing the purchase of Microsoft 365 product subscriptions from Dell Marketing LP in an amount not to exceed $1,953,676.80 for the Office of Public Utilities.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? No discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it.
2024-423, an ordinance approving amendment to master intergovernmental agreement with telecommunications contact service for the State of Illinois Department of Innovations and Technology, state, by adding 4800 West Wabash to said agreement for the Office of Public Utilities.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? No discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it.
2024-424, an ordinance approving renewal of telecommunications contract service agreement with Hanson's Information Services Incorporated for 426 West Monroe Street for the Office of Public Utilities.
Consent.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? No discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it.
2024-425, an ordinance accepting proposal number UE 25-22 with Foresight Coal Sales LLC for the purchase of coal in an amount not to exceed $85,625, $85,625,000 for a 4-year term for the Office of Public Utilities.
Second.
Any discussion? Alderwoman Conley?
Thank you, Chair. Doug Brown, could you? Thank you. A couple of questions for you. Thank you, Doug. some of this is just because we got an email from you with some background information, and I just want to make sure we share that with everybody. My biggest question, which you fortunately highlighted in your email, is that there is no minimum purchase of coal with this contract.
Correct.
So the dollar amount is the max possible that we can spend?
Yes.
And if we were to go 2 months and not buy any coal, is there any sort of penalty to the city for that?
No, so there's no minimum purchase. Our existing contract, we do have a minimum purchase, which is problematic for us, but the new one will not.
Okay, so, because, you know, we've had conversations, and you came, unfortunately, the meeting I wasn't here, to talk about what the city is doing to look at sustainable options and other alternative sources of energy. So can you just kind of remind us some of the things that you've got, sort of as much as you can, the RFPs that have gone out, some of the grant agreements that we have in place, or that we're working on getting in place, and what additional steps is the city looking at to make sure that we have a more broad portfolio, especially in terms of renewable?
So some of the things we've been doing here more recently was an RFP for solar and batteries, looking at 25 to 100 megawatts of energy and capacity.
And that's currently at RFP right now?
That was released. We received basically 2 bids. I can't go into details with that yet until our engineering group is reviewing those. And then once we determine the outcome, then, you know, when we bring an ordinance forward for something, then we can discuss that then.
Great.
But we did receive 2.
Okay,
and the idea with that was trying to get something a little bit more immediate versus, you know, 3 or 4 years out further, so.
Okay, and then the other thing,
Sure, go ahead.
I'm trying to, so the city is working on a grant with a couple of community partners. Can you?
Right, that's basically, there's a grant opportunity with the DCEO of the state of Illinois that looks at ideas kind of around community solar. And since we're a municipality utility, we saw there's an opportunity to try to work with the community groups, with Sustainable Springfield and Faith Coalition of Common Good. Basically, with those groups, work together on developing a program that would benefit our low-income customers based off a solar installation that we could use. So this grant is to fund the development of that program. And, you know, whether we, you know, may need to hire some consultants in addition to the community groups, that's a possibility as well. That would be part of that grant work. But the idea is to take the revenue generated off a future solar installation and put that into basically a bucket of money, kind of like a LIHEAP or some other program that we have, like Project Relief. Those kinds of programs then to develop that, not create something like new requirements necessarily for low income by any means, but develop some kind of program that could dovetail that in there with that. And then there's a second phase to that we would apply for at the end of that grant for actually trying to get money to build something in the future.
And that would be, well, I won't let you, make you commit to what size of project that would be, but that would all be part of, those proceeds would be part of this community-based fund that would include relief for low-income.
Correct, yes.
Payers. Okay.
The size, I can't comment on to it all because it depends on what the future grant money might be on that.
Okay, and then just real quickly, because some of the other things we talked about and looking at the different prices of coal, just want to be really clear, the Foresight proposal is $40 per ton. The other, can we talk about, you want to talk about what Nighthawk has a proposal that, as I understand, did not come in through our bid process?
Well, correct. Basically, the way the contract is written with our current supplier, they have basically a position that they can offer as a proposal going forward, and their price was $65. We did not like that, of course, so we told them we were going to go out for bids, and then we received 2 bids, one from Foresight, one from Peabody, and both bids were lower than that $65, of course. But to be, to really look at everything correctly, is you got to look at transportation too.
And that was my
right?
next question. Thank
So
you.
that's, and we do have a transportation coal hauling contract out for bid right now, now that we know that we're wanting to go, with Foresight. Because not just the price, but we also have to hammer out terms and conditions of the contract. It takes a little bit more time to do that. So when you look at the coal hauling estimated costs from each location added on to the price of the coal, Foresight is the winner. And basically versus staying with the existing contract, versus going with a new supplier with Foresight, we're basically going to save about $30 to $39 million, depending upon how much coal we purchase in a given year.
Thank you. Okay, and again.
Over the life of the 4 years
The
of
life
the
of the
contract.
4-year term contract. And again, but there is no penalty, and there will be no penalty even in our delivery contracts if our coal purchases drop or.
Correct. Yeah, there's no minimum purchase for anything, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I see other people have questions, so I will, thank you, Chair.
No problem. Alderman Donnelly.
Your favorite question of the night, Doug, you already answered it, so my question really was about the savings, and thank you for answering that.
Okay.
That's it, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Alderwoman Nutriano.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is, in the response that you sent us, I had previously asked you about the coal quality and how it would compare and contrast with the coal that we're burning currently. I know if you or maybe Scott could explain.
Yeah. I mean, basically, the coal supply from the coal from Foresight's mine compared to the Viper mine are very similar in quality.
Okay.
I mean, no coal is exactly the same.
Sure.
Of course, even the Viper mine, as they move through their seams, it changes a little bit.
Okay, so we're not going to see, you don't expect any changes in terms of it's going to cause problems for our infrastructure or
No.
Increase emissions or nothing to that effect?
Well, I mean, coal plants are very complicated. I would say with emissions, they could vary slightly with the changing coal, but then that's up to the plant and to adjust their, I guess, the systems in place that take care of those issues accordingly.
Okay.
Anything to add?
I was just going to say that from looking at the variations between the two coals, it's minimal. So the way our systems are designed, it would be maybe a little more limestone, maybe a little less limestone. It just depends on what the emissions are. But there's variability in our system that we can adjust for it.
Yeah.
Okay, so
They're not that far.
we might have a different costs for limestone, maybe?
It would be marginal. It could be up,
Okay.
it could be down. I don't remember the exact numbers off the top of my head, which ones were a little
Sure.
higher, which ones were a little lower. I do know the BTU content was a little higher,
Okay,
so that's a bonus.
It's more efficient.
It would burn,
wonderful.
it should be less coal that we have to burn per megawatt.
Okay, perfect, thank you. And then the other question was related to the term. If you would just outline why we opted for a 4-year term.
Yeah, so a longer-term contract, one of the top things is favored by the bond rating agencies. When they go to look at that, they were, that was one of their concerns as we were in the midst of looking at changing coal suppliers. And we kind of laid it out for them. This is the proposal that we're going with the 4-year contract. And that was, a positive that they saw because they like to see long-term fuel sources in place. Also, If we had, like, say, a one-year contract, then we're exposed to market conditions next year. If the prices in the market all of a sudden double in price for coal, that's what we're going to get stuck paying with. And that happened actually in 2022, where the prices for coal rose to, like, I think $80 to $100 per ton on that. So there's a lot more risk on the up than there is down. There's very little chance of coal, going down too much. I think with the way, inflation came and, the market's pretty low right now for coal.
So that brings me to my next question. If there was a big jump in cost, and we have this sweetheart deal, what are the mine's finances? How responsible do you judge them to be in terms of a supplier and someone to do business with?
Well, I think, we're basically less than 10% of their business. So, if prices were to jump up like that, I think they're going to be selling more on the market as well. But they still have a contract with us, and that's the reason we have a long-term contract, is so that we are guaranteed a supplier like that. The previous owner before Nighthawk was Arch, and then they sold to Nighthawk in, was it 2020? Or end of 2020?
December
2020. So Arch went through a bankruptcy period, along with all the other major players, I think, in the industry back in 6 or whatever years ago it was. I think it was in 2016, Arch was going through that as well, when we entered into a new contract with them. So it's just one of those things, and Forsyth is the closest mine past Viper. And, we haven't been notified that Viper is actually officially closing, with like a letter or anything like that. But we've heard rumors that they're closing. So the next, Nighthawk does have other mines in southern Illinois that they could have chose to bid on the proposal. They did not, for whatever reasons they have. So we were just left with the two bidders.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Alderman Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got my answer from the Alderwoman. Thank you.
Okay, Alderman Gregory.
I'm gonna be quick. So, Doug, my only concerns is something goes wrong with this mine for whatever reason, like it has with the last one. Can you touch on what happens if an event they shut down tomorrow and we think we got coal or whatever, and we have some problems?
Well, I think that's one of the reasons, we keep coal on site, to govern anything that happens a little bit more temporary. Longer term issue would be they would look at maybe trying to buy from one of the other mines. Also, we would look at then, getting out of the contract at that point and going to another mine like further south, like Peabody, even looking at, Nighthawk in the future if we needed to. But we would definitely look at another coal source at that point if the mine kind of permanently closed, I guess.
So I guess my point is if we can't keep going down this coal road, what are we prepared to do to keep the rates within our control?
Well, I guess, things that are beyond coal, for keeping Unit 4 running, you have to look at converting to natural gases, which is one of the studies we're looking at, and then go from there. But also, as I was talking earlier, getting in more renewables in our portfolio, over time, that's something that we're going to be looking at doing.
Any ETA on when your engineers have that reviewed as far as that solar?
I would think maybe within a month we should be pretty close.
We should be getting close. We're here within a month.
All right, well, that's good news. I think that's important to start moving that way and start moving to some renewables just in case something happens. And we never know. I think it's important. I think, there's a large portion of the community that wants to see us start moving that way. And I also understand the ramifications of maybe being on the grid 100% of the time or high coal prices and all those things too, as far as prices for our citizens and stuff like that. We already get complaints about the CWLP bills every day, and I'm constantly pushing, hey, we got the lowest rates around, but people still feel the pinch. So
sure.
I just wanted to let you know. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Williams.
Yes, Madam Chairman, thank you. Director, like I said earlier, I feel trapped. I feel like I have no choice but to go with a contract because we need coal. But this is why it's so important, and I said this way back last year, I think, when we talked about IRP. This is why we need a plan in case things like what Alderman Gregory is asking you. This company we're getting ready to sign with doesn't have a good reputation, in my opinion. They've been bankrupt. They've had fires. They've been fined by the EPA. They've had so many problems, and then to get told, well, that's kind of the environment of coal mines nowadays. That's even more evidence that we have to have an IRP, and I'm going to suggest strongly again that we do an IRP. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Williams. I see no further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. Oh, I am so sorry. We have one person signed up to speak specifically to this agenda item. Is Ms. Lori here?
Thank you. I'm Lori McKiernan. My address 1504 South Whittier Avenue in Ward 6. Uncertainty, price volatility, changing technology, mines are closing, maybe they're not closing. These uncertainties are not reasons to delay the integrated resource process. They're precisely why it's needed. An IRP would allow CWLP to explore multiple energy scenarios and fiscally responsible options, helping to navigate these uncertainties with independent, unbiased research. Without an IRP, CWLP is making unilateral decisions on our energy future, such as this 4-year coal contract. CWLP is giving you information from the fossil fuel industry without any comparisons of other options and other sources. You're not hearing the whole picture. It's missing independent data for you to make informed decisions. We all know the negative impact of the CO2 released from burning fossil fuels on the environment. It can't be disputed. I have to admit that until this ordinance was proposed, I didn't spend much time researching how destructive and damaging the mining part of the coal industry is. One example is subsidence. Subsidence is the sinking of the ground on the surface level caused by the underground mining. Mining by Foresight Energy has caused subsidence. It's called planned subsidence, and it's caused subsidence on farms surrounding the Deer Run mine. The subsidence causes a bathtub effect that retains large pools of water in the fields, which make the farms untillable. As a result, the farmers lose revenue, and valuable topsoil is lost when the untillable land is left vacant for long periods of time. Subsidence has also caused damage to Route 185, the road used for transporting the coal from Foresight's Deer Run mine. This road has been closed on and off over years from the damage and the repairs needed to reopen it. While CWLP emphasizes reliability of service, as they should, they've put our energy supply at risk by limiting other energy options and showing a clear bias toward fossil fuels. Foresight Energy has filed bankruptcy in the past. They've had to close the mine for a long period because of fire. So what are our options for purchasing power if Foresight is unable to deliver? Buying all of our coal from the marketplace, transporting coal from even further distance by rails. Now we're told Viper Mines has raised their prices. CWLP has gotten the utility into a predicament where our energy sources are not reliable, and they don't have a long-term plan to resolve this. With their lack of planning, CWLP shows their bias towards the fossil fuels with the lack of renewable energy. It's nice to hear about these small community projects going on, but those are all short-term solutions. And they're not alone. This is reinforced by campaign contributions from coal industry interests to some of our city council members, creating potential conflicts of interest among decision makers, in my opinion. During research on this ordinance, I began looking at campaign donations on the Illinois Board of Elections website. It's all publicly available. At least a couple of our city council members have received campaign donations from the Illinois coal industry, a nonprofit company that reviews, evaluates, and pursues coal industry-related public policy issues. They've also received campaign donations from Nighthawk Coal, mentioned as the owners of Viper Mines. This doesn't give me a lot of confidence that members of our city government have the public's best interest in mind when there's potential influence from the coal industry and its promoters. To move forward responsibly, I urge you to place this on the debate agenda, which you just did, and to direct CWLP to begin the IRP process. Because of this new coal contract, because of the environmental damage, because of the financial impact, we need an IRP to determine the best path forward. Regardless of the state of the Viper mine, the new contract needs to contain a clause to terminate without cause, and it needs to be done in conjunction with an IRP. And I'll just finish by pointing out that the temperature today reached 81 degrees on October 29th. It feels good, but it's not good, and Endowment 4 contributes to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Public Works, 2024-426, an ordinance authorizing the exchange of real estate between the City of Springfield and Vernon M. Golden and Helen J. Golden Revocable Living Trust for the Office of Public Works.
Move for consent. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it.
2024-427, an ordinance authorizing execution of an annexation agreement between the City of Springfield, Illinois and Shanta Theoli for the property located at 1455 New City Road for the Office of Public Works.
Motion for consent.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Needs to be debate.
Yeah.
All right, debate.
So we got a motion for debate and we got a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you, Tim.
All those opposed? The ayes have it.
2024-428, an ordinance authorizing the purchase of white and yellow traffic marking paint from Ozark Materials, LLC, in an amount not to exceed $70,011 under state contract number 22-416 CMS Boss 4-P-6522 for the Office of Public Works.
Motion for consent?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it.
2024-429, an ordinance authorizing execution of a preliminary engineering services agreement with Hanson Professional Services Incorporated for reconfiguration of the intersection at Capitol Avenue and Fifth Street in the amount not to exceed $133,596 and authorizing a transfer authority in the amount of $133,596 for the Office of Public Works.
Move for consent.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and there is discussion. Alderwoman Nutriano.
Yeah, I was just wondering if someone could come up and give us a rough idea of what we're looking to do.
Hi, Dave.
Good evening, all.
Good evening.
This is a DCO tourism and festival grant that would be providing the money. It's for improvement of the intersection of Capitol and Fifth Street. It would be in line with the traffic signal modernization program that we've been running throughout downtown. It would also do some new brick paving work. It looks like we probably receive the money in the next 4 to 6 weeks, and the work would be done by November of next year.
Okay, so reconfiguring, it sounds like it's going to be more extensive than just making things look nice. Is it not more extensive than that?
It's, the very expensive part is the traffic signal modernization.
Okay.
If you take a look at all the new signals we've got around downtown, entirely new masts, those are very expensive, and there's going to be an upgrade in the software. They'll be connected to everything else downtown. So that's the bulk of it. And then after we've done that work, we're going to have to redo a lot of the brick pavers there.
Sure. Okay, so we're not like adding turning lanes or
No, ma'am.
changing
No,
it
ma'am.
into a two-way?
No, we're just upgrading the intersection and mostly the traffic signals.
Okay, great, thank you so much.
Thank you, Director. There's no further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it.
2024-430, an ordinance authorizing acceptance and execution of DCEO grant number 24-203405 from State of Illinois Department of Commerce and Economic Opportunity in the amount of $500,000 to be used for the expansion of Cokie Mill Road from Washington Street to Old Jacksonville Road in connection to the Sangamon County Trail, and authorizing a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $500,000 for the Office of Public Works.
Motion for consent.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and we do have discussion. Alderman Donnelly.
Yeah, I will be absolutely brief. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank Senator Turner for all her hard work and support on this project. This is not only a transportation issue, but an absolute public safety concern with the flooding that occurs, in particular at Washington and Cokie Mill. And I know my grandmother would be very pleased. She's not with us anymore, but she would be very pleased. She lost her vehicle trying to drive through some of this water at one time. So anyway, thank you very much for this opportunity to make some comments, Madam Chair.
It's definitely going to be an improvement, and as the Alderman indicated, flooding is a huge problem. If you've been through there, you actually see on one of the posts that we have on the side of the old road, I wouldn't even call it a street, it shows the high water marks. Yeah. So flooding's a huge issue.
We have Alderwoman Conley.
Thank you. I would just like to add, again, big shout out of appreciation to Senator Turner. Dave, to your office for getting this grant executed. And while, yes, the northern side of the street is very dangerous for flooding, this also includes sidewalks along Cokie Mill and that stretch. I actually was just having a conversation last night with someone who said, you know, they were driving down, or no, that was today, driving on Cokie Mill, and there are no sidewalks. There's you know, a cluster of, we have a senior living community in there, we have private, you know, just residential areas that are building up, and people just walk on the street, which is a very narrow, you know, two-lane country road, really. So very excited to see this, to see the increased access to the bike trail that comes for the neighbors in that, you know, that greater area. It's, you know, increasing recreation, but also increasing it in a way that's safe is really important. So thank you for your work on this, too.
Excuse me, safety is one of our primary concerns. We're actually bringing this road into the 21st century. I think it was designed for horses and wagons. So it's going to be a great improvement, and it's a beautiful stroll through there, and I hope a lot of people will be able to use it now.
Thank you very much.
Safely.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
No problem. There's no further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it.
2024-431, an ordinance authorizing a one-year contract renewal of RFP PW 24-02 with P.H. Broughton & Sons Incorporated and Rayhan Brothers doing business as Sangamon Construction Company Incorporated for street and alley repairs for an amount not to exceed $2 million for the Offices of Public Utilities and Public Works.
Move for consent.
Second.
Any discussion? No discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it.
General City Business, 2024-432, an ordinance authorizing payment of $350,000 for settlement of Central District of Illinois Federal Court Case 19-CV3094, Tony Wilson versus City of Springfield, ETAL.
Move for consent.
Second.
Any discussion? No discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it.
2024-433, an ordinance approving the appointment of Chris Terry to the Lincoln Library Board of Trustees.
Move to debate.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? We do have Terry here. Terry, would you like to say a few words briefly?
I'll be very brief. Just want to thank you guys for this appointment. There's a lot of great things going on at the library, and I'm very honored to be able to be a part of it from here on out.
Thank you, Terry.
Thank you, Terry. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it.
2024-434, an ordinance authorizing execution of an agreement with Fire Recovery USA, LLC, to perform cost recovery billing for allowable Springfield Fire Department emergency responses for the Springfield Fire Department.
Move for consent. Second.
There's a motion and a second, and we do have discussion. Alderman Gregory.
Oh, just real quick, if Chief can expound on this, I thought we had the ability to do this some time ago.
This is to execute a contract with a third party to do the billing for us.
Who used to do our billing?
We did it in-house ourselves. So they have contacts with insurance companies and things like that, and know the correct people to go after. So as far as for insurance.
All right, we'll try it. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Gregory. Alderman Hanauer.
Yeah, Chief, will they be also doing the billing for the ordinance that we put together that, for people that did not live in Springfield that we work on?
Yeah, yes,
Is that
that
what
is
it's
correct. Yeah,
primarily for?
they'll do all of that, yes. The only thing that they, like, obviously, we're not in the ambulance business, but they do not
Right.
do EMS billing. So,
Right.
but they do everything else.
But if you recall, that's the one where
Right.
if you did not,
Yes,
you did not live in the city, you got in an accident, we came,
Correct.
we could bill you, and you went that way.
yep, yes, indeed.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Redpath.
Chief, we have situations where we have to respond to accidents outside the city. Do we bill for that type of stuff, and is this part of that?
This is part of that, yes.
Okay.
So anything that's an accident, a fire, a rescue call, which is what he's referring to, we will bill for those.
Thank you.
There is no further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it.
2024-435, an ordinance authorizing an agreement in the amount of $178,980 with E.B. Howard Consulting and provide technical and professional assistance services for grant agreement ED 24OIE 0G0083 from the U.S. Economic Development Administration for the Office of Planning and Economic Development.
Motion for debate.
Second.
We have a motion and a motion for debate and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it.
2024-436, an ordinance authorizing the acceptance of proposal under RFPCS 19-29 and execution of an agreement with Mary Levi for sale of city-owned property consisting of one parcel located at 709 South 15th Street in the amount of $500 for the Office of Budget and Management.
Move for consent.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? No discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it.
2024-437, an ordinance authorizing acceptance of a proposal under RFPCS 19-29, execution of an agreement with Nehemiah Expansion Incorporated for the sale of city-owned property consisting of two parcels located at 800 and 804 South 16th Street in the amount of $1,000 for the Office of Budget Management.
Motion for consent.
Second.
We have a motion and a second and discussion. Alderman Gregory.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Chair. This question would be for our director. Director, is these parcels that, Mr. Johnson buy and go along with his new, whoever,
Mr. Lesko.
anyone with the knowledge of know what these lots are gonna be part of? Are these lots gonna be part of the new 50?
No,
Okay.
they are not
All
part
right.
of his
Do-
next.
Are
This
we,
is for something else.
are we complete with that next 50 or?
No, not yet.
Okay.
We're still working on it. I just got another list to prove, and then, of course, we're gonna get an RFP out.
The RFP is out. The RFP went out earlier this week.
Okay.
It closes the first.
Was there any deadlines or anything that we need to have all of this done by?
Was there any, I'm sorry.
Deadlines for Ida to get all of this information in to them?
Oh,
I thought it was-
they did have, but we're skirting around.
We good?
We're
All right.
doing good,
All right,
yeah.
All right. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay.
There is no further discussion. All those in favor? All those opposed? The ayes have it.
2024-438, an ordinance amending various sections of Chapter 97 of the 1988 City Springfield Code of Ordinances as amended pertaining to power of duties of the Lincoln Library Board of Trustees and the annual report for the Lincoln Library.
Motion for debate.
Second.
So we have a motion for debate and a second, and we also have discussion. Alderwoman Nutriano.
Yeah, I was just wondering if anyone could come speak to these changes.
Ms. Quinn.
And the attorney would talk about this stuff.
Oh, okay.
But.
I'm happy to talk about it as well.
Oh, okay.
If you'd like me to
Yeah,
answer that.
sure.
I've been at the meetings where the board has been talking about these amendments. It came about in looking at our ordinance and what actually has been happening. This ordinance was passed in 1991. The board has been operating differently. They don't control the finances. This city council controls the finances. And so this makes our city code more in line with what has actually occurred in the past and what the board would like its role to be moving forward. So the discussion, I had been meeting with trustees since the summer of 2023 to address the board's concerns, and we came to this language as what they thought their role is and how they've been operating. So this was really to make our ordinances consistent with the practice of the city.
Okay. So this would just have it to where the library director would be in control of the budget and the board members would have advice and consent or?
So this actually, yes, so this would be the practice where the library would present a budget and this city council would have the ultimate authority, ultimate budgetary authority over the library. And then it also solidifies the recommendation process for a new executive director, and that interview process and what that looks like. And then the annual report that's given by the library, our ordinance required it to be the Board of Trustees. To our knowledge, that had never occurred. It had always been the director. And so this clarifies that as well.
Okay. And just briefly, could you outline what's changed in the selection process?
Sure. We clarify, or we tried to use language that was more clear. So the old language said that the board was to interview and recommend applicants for appointment as executive director. This clarifies that it interviews candidates for the executive directors and makes a formal recommendation to the mayor prior to the appointment. So there was no clarification, or there was no real process in place, and it had never, we hadn't had an internal process that had been followed, which led to confusion. So this is very clear. If there's a candidate for executive director, the board gets to interview that candidate before the mayor makes an appointment. They can then make a recommendation to the mayor. But under our consent decree and under our code, the mayor is still ultimately responsible for that appointment.
Okay. And so do we have any reason why initially, I'm guessing this came out of the consent decree as well, why we would have had the board have exclusive control of the expenditures of money in the library fund?
I actually believe that was not in the consent decree. So
Okay.
It looks like we took statutory language from the Library Act.
May we please adjust the microphones?
We can't hear you.
So to repeat the question, you asked why the board would have executive authority and if that came from the consent decree. It did not. The library has always been a part of the city of Springfield, not a separate entity, so it did not come from our consent decree. We think that came from a different statutory provision in the library code for libraries operating under different statute, not under how ours operates, which is why it would vest that authority in the board. But that conflicts with our consent decree and with our code, which allows the city council to control our finances.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Redpath.
Oh, you answered my question, Corporation Counsel, thank you.
Alderwoman Conley.
Largely, you also answered my question. I just want to say thank you for, I wanted to be certain that that the existing board was engaged in this conversation and had feedback on it. So I don't know if the other council members mind. I certainly don't mind if this goes onto the consent instead of debate.
I'm fine with it.
Concerned with that? I made the initial motion for debate. I would amend that to consent.
So we have a motion for consent and a second. No further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you. And they were very happy to get this all clarified because it was a source of,
Appreciate that.
it was really kind of messy.
And I apologize for not reaching out to you before tonight. I meant to do that.
That's okay.
It was on the list.
That's okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director.
2024-439, an ordinance allocating $30,000 of the $215,000 of the Living Community Connections grant awarded to Better Life, Better Living for Kids and all 1 in a Million Incorporated.
Move to debate.
Second.
There's a motion for debate and a second. Is there any discussion? Alderman Gregory.
Yes, there is some organization members to speak to this ordinance that signed up to speak.
Yes.
And then I'll speak after them.
Before we have them come up and speak, Alderman Hanauer.
Yeah, so are we, my understanding, so we're wanting to forward them the money, but I thought this grant was one that they had to put in and we paid them back. Is that not the case? Are we changing the rules of this grant? Are we, I don't know who can answer that.
I would say, is that Alderman Gregory or Corporation Counsel?
I think I can answer that because this is a reimbursable grant. And
Right.
so we couldn't forward them grant funds. So what this ordinance does is it authorizes us to enter into a loan agreement with them, which would utilize the corporate fund to provide a $30,000 loan as a startup cost that would then, if it was put towards eligible expenditures, would then be submitted for reimbursement, and then those reimbursement funds would be used to pay back the loan. That's how I envision this being structured, because we cannot advance them $30,000 from that grant, from grant 23-203-186. So this would be corporate fund dollars.
So are we putting ourselves in a tough situation down the road? Are we gonna start doing this for everybody? That's, I guess, putting, this is, you know, I don't want to set a precedence that we're doing this and next thing you know, we're a loan agency. When people know when they sign up for these grants that they're reimbursable and you know, that's how they work.
If I may, Madam Chair, I would argue the theory or the logic that organizations know that some of the grants that come from the state and various entities are reimbursement, because some are and some aren't, all right? This particular grant, and the reason why I brought this forward, because I felt like it was very, very important considering some of the conversations that we've had surrounding youth gun violence and youth violence in our communities. This grant is 3 years in the making. We've had a lot of conversations about getting it to the state and getting it back and all of these things. And we actually had to go in and ask for extension last year, and we almost lost it then. It was extended. We got them all approved through the state to do what they need to do. Well, it's about to be November, and this is going to expire in July. It's going to expire in July. And we haven't done anything with that $3 million grant for violence prevention. And that was the theory of it. We bought a lot of equipment. We bought things that I'm in agreement with, you know, from the original agreement, but we have not executed this portion. And I think it's really, really important that we do that. You know, because what we don't want to happen is come July 1st, money expires, and you know, we haven't addressed this and gave that out. So that's why I brought this at this time. I thought it was important. Two very good groups. The Park District's not on here, right? That's a group that can fork out the money. These groups here, unfortunately, have not had that ability, and so I'll let them speak for themselves.
Okay, Alderwoman Conley.
Thank you, Chair. Alderman Gregory, I think you brought up a good point, because this is an issue. I mean, we've not shied away from this. We know what's going on in our community, and exactly these groups that are here before us, that was the whole conversation, was to bring a different approach to how do we head off some of that activity that we know is hurting our whole city. So I appreciate Corporation Counsel bringing kind of some flexibility, and I understand Alderman Hanauer's concerns. You know, we want to be very careful when we tread into new waters like this, but I think there's a uniqueness about the situation that we're dealing with here. I certainly want to hear from our grantees and hear where they are and what their plans are. But I think we need to kind of approach this, yes, with an open mind, because we're trying something different. We're trying to get at root causes and root issues for a very real concern in our community. So that's all I'm going to say right now, Chair. Thank you. I'm looking forward to hearing our presentation.
Thank you. And we have Alderman Donnelly.
Yeah, and I'll be very brief. It's an administrative question, just for the Corporation Council. For this unique process that we're looking at doing here, have we been assured by the state that once the expenditures of corporate funds are done, that we will qualify for the reimbursement?
No, if this passes, we will work with the state. That's going to be part of the loan agreement. But in looking at the terms of the grant agreement itself, I did not see anything that would preclude us from doing this.
I don't mean to cut you off, but could someone just reach out between now and next week so that we at least have some more direction on that? I would appreciate that.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Donnelly. We do have these groups signed up to speak, and Clerk Lesko is going to call you all up, and you'll have 5 minutes each to speak.
Except Mike, he only gets 3 minutes.
Imbana Kentenko.
I ain't gonna need.
Dodgers were winning last time I checked. So.
Oh yeah, it's all good. I ain't gonna need 5 minutes. First of all, I'd like to thank all y'all for being here. I'd like to thank the members of our board for coming tonight and spending the time, like 3-4 years we've been working on this grant. Thank Mike Williams for one of the million, because he didn't spend a lot of time working on this grant as well. I also like to thank y'all for even approving it for us in the first place. As president of an organization, I think it's important that I be heard on the direction of where our organization wants to go. We've been around since 2015. We started this organization based off of a need that we've seen in our community, with seeing children fall through the gaps. Not saying that there are not other organizations doing things, but there's not one organization that could solve the problems of our community. We all have to pitch in and do what we can where we see there is a need. So we started doing things like field trips. We just take the kids horseback riding to museums, water parks, trips to the Capitol building. We started a partnership with District 186 where we was doing a mentor program where we was taking the at-risk children from Harvard Park, pairing them with one-on-one with somebody from the community, would help them through their day that would pop up on them periodically throughout the day, and where they were struggling. Even the principal of that school said he started noticing a change with these children, and just being that the person that they were being mentored by was somebody that they not only would see at that school, but when they return to their community, they'll see that person there as well. So we had that going on. We also started what we did Sunday Fun Day, where every Sunday we do a free event in the park for the kids. We have bounce houses, we have free haircuts, free hairdos, free food, free activities. We have vendors come do face painting, blow up stuff, just to do things for the kids. But with this grant, what we seen was an opportunity to expand, where we didn't want to just be around during the summer doing stuff. We want to do more things, like we want to do after-school programming, and then introduce kids to other things like financial literacy, media, cryptocurrency, politics, other things that we're not able to do in Cox Park throughout the summer. So when we signed up for this grant, we had to present a budget explaining what we would be doing if we got this money. The problem with this grant is where it fell short is they said that the only way we can use the money is if we got the money. What's the point of applying for the grant if we need to? That's the whole reason we applied for the grant, because we needed the money. So how are we going to spend $250,000 that we don't even have? We applied for it. Now, what we were first told that they would be able to possibly give up to $8,000 up front to us. But then after we went back and signed a memorandum of understanding, then they told us that they weren't able to give us nothing. So we went back and forth in the email, and then they said that the only way that we could get it is through city council. So that's why we're here. We come back to city council. But in my opinion, on page 26 of the grant, where you got deliverables and milestones, it says the grantee will be provided a detailed task and list of project deliverables which must be approved by the grantor, which we did. Exhibit D on page 29 says the grant, which was performance measures and standards, the grantor reserves the right to deny any voucher request at its discretion based on a lack of progress toward meeting the completion goals. If there's already these protections in the grant for making sure that we don't misuse the money, where's the additional, what they said the reimbursement is to protect, to make sure that we don't spend money on something that we shouldn't spend money on. If there's already language written in there that does that, why do you need to put more obstacles in the way of us doing the job what we saying we need to help our community? That's all I got to say.
Oh, thank you,
Charles Williams.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just want to continue on where our president left off. First of all, I'm Charles Williams. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm the chairman for Better Life, Better Living for Kids. I have been absent. I've been away in the Army for the past 6 years, so you haven't seen me in any of these
thank you for your service.
proceedings. But I am back now, and I got to say, quite frankly, I'm kind of baffled at some of the way we've been talking about this grant. I've done my research, and I see that this council has produced some great data that captures the emergency situation of what a grassroots organization like ours is here to discuss. And we're a grassroots organization from the very community that this data was developed for. Now, we're talking about an enduring legacy of redlining. We're talking about prime age employment gaps, concentrated poverty rates, extreme disparities, and inequity. Right? And so this is stuff that you all are quite aware of because it's the data that was developed by this council. And so I'm going to just take a little time to talk about a piece of it so we can kind of frame this thing the right way. As highlighted in recent studies and community assessments such as Segregated in the Heartland, an Illinois Times article that came out in 2019, and a Springfield Economic Empowerment Project, which is this council's project, in 2023, it kind of captures what we're grappling with here, which is an enduring legacy of redlining and economic disinvestment. Many of the neighborhoods that we aim to serve, our organization, and quite frankly, Mike's organization aim to serve, we are feeling the repercussions of historical policies that have perpetuated cycles of poverty and inequity. For example, in certain areas, such as those within Census Tracts 8, 9, 14, and others, we see stark disparities, including prime age employment gaps and concentrated poverty rates where 53% of residents live below the poverty line. And like I just said, we come from this same area. So to write into a grant that, let me just go and continue on, right? So given these circumstances, our organization operates from a position of vulnerability. The grant funds, while we welcome the opportunity, come with the stipulation that they can only be accessed through reimbursement. This requirement creates a significant barrier for us to, as a grassroots organization. We have never had access to such substantial funding before for the aforementioned history of redlining that I just highlighted there, right? So the expectation that we must incur expenses up front without immediate access to capital is not only unrealistic, but effectively sets us up for failure. Now, I thought we were working as a team to help save these children. Our organization is Better Life, Better Living for Kids. So if these parents are living under the poverty rate, what do we think the effect on the kids? Now, when we started this organization about a decade ago, we just started it without a dime. And I have to work and talk quick, so forgive me for speaking quickly, but I was a correctional officer in the Sangamon County Sheriff's Department at that time. So I seen firsthand the impact that our organization had on kids and coming in and out of that Sangamon County jail. And I know what we do works. I've seen the participation from the community and things we were able to get done without a single dime. And we still don't got a single dime. But it has been public knowledge that we have been awarded this grant. But what has not been public knowledge is the stipulations and the requirements that require us to spend money before we can access money. Now, what this does publicly is create a narrative that, oh, better life, better living for kids, they got all this money and they ain't done nothing. We ain't moving. So now people are saying that we're stealing money, and and this is not the case. We haven't accessed a single dime of that money. And so now something that has puzzled me is that this was spoken about as setting a precedent that we're going to give loans out, and this is what we're going to do in the future. Well, unless this data stays consistent, which here I think we are having a teaming effort to transform this situation, we shouldn't have to do anything like that. And I think the loan, in my mind, I know what a loan is, and I don't think that's the proper way to look at this thing. This is an investment in your city. This is an investment in your wards. So how is it a loan? You should be thinking of it, we all are here to serve, our organization serves the community of Springfield. This council serves the community of Springfield. So if we work together, we can do something that makes sense and work as a team and not be adversaries. So I'm not going to take no more time. We know we have other people to speak, but thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Carly Crawford.
Hi, thanks, guys. So just real quick before I get started, we talked about, is this going to set a standard or is this going to talk about a loan in the future? Well, maybe we should talk about when we give a grant or we do something of this level, we explain it and we make sure that the people who are receiving it are educated on the process of a grant and what is a reimbursable grant versus a regular grant. For a group that is starting with funds from the community and from each other for over 10 years without a dime from anywhere else that have now exhausted those funds, this is something that came in to breathe life into this organization. So I've watched these men from both of these organizations proudly support the community by being present. They come from the line of community activists and have never wavered in their urgency to protect, teach, and save the youth in their communities. I've watched this organization provide mentoring, activities, health screenings, financial literacy, and support to the youth in the community where resources are almost non-existent, where the youth and their parents who need the most help do not know how to seek help or trust the help in a traditional way. This organization meets these folks where they are. This has not been without cost. As I said, the funding has been from family, friends, and community. These funds are exhausted. We understand process, policy, rules, oversight, and yes, this 5-year plan that we speak of so often, which I'm not sure we've really ever been a part of. But what we don't understand as a nonprofit, not a small business, is how grants have been approved but not accessible without cash on hand. We do not have cash. We have blood, sweat, and tears to see our communities thrive and our youth to have a fighting chance.
Anton Reedus, Senior.
All right. Everybody here thank y'all, first of all, kindly, everybody. Greatly appreciate all the support, so I'm not here to bash anybody. We don't want to talk down on other organizations. What we have heard a couple times is that we have been talked to about funding. It's false. It's kind of hard for me because they kind of covered a lot of it. But what I will say is this time last year, we all have Facebook. My yearly memory was me here last year at this time, talking about the same money. Since this has happened, I believe this is the year of the most teenagers being shot. Try to see if y'all can find some data for this. It's probably been more teenagers shot this year than in the last 5. My 13-year-old was one of them. In the last time I've talked to you. Andre was here with me last time. Sante Massey was here with me last time. What happened there? This is in 1 year. And we begging y'all. If I had a speaker, I do a lot of different things in the community. But by trade, I'm a barber. Do you know how hard it is to sit here and mentor these kids and then cut their damn head when they die? Y'all killing us, not y'all. Just 3 weeks ago, Scarlett will tell you, the house my children live in was shot up 20 times. Had nothing to do with our house, nothing to do with anybody in our house. It was a situation where some other kids were arguing with other kids and caught them there and tried to fire at them and hit my daughter's room 8 times. All she had to do was sit up to die. 1 year, we got another year. Please, can we do something to help our kids before I come back to tell y'all that I've lost one of my kids? Please, I'm begging y'all. Thank you.
Mike Williams.
Mike Williams, president of 1 in a Million. $30,000. $30,000 of $215,000 that we submitted a budget, we submitted a plan to the police department, they approved it. They sent that same plan, program plan, and same budget to DCEO, they approved it. Just recently, this body approved it. So we got the $215,000. What we're asking is 30 of that to be given to us up front so we can get to work to saving these kids' lives in our community. That's what we're asking for. And you know, my brother said it, we're not gonna slam what has happened before and what has been done by this council before, but this has been done by this council before. This is nothing new. There has been agencies that have come before you and said, we need the money, and you said, okay, you got a grant, and we'll loan you the money, and when you get your loan. In this case, the money is sitting in the Springfield Police Department under the name of 1 in a Million Incorporated, Better Life, Better Living for Kids, and the Park District. The money is here. We're not waiting on it. It doesn't need to be approved. The money is here, guys. All we are asking for is $30,000 to get to work, to get to saving, to get the change in our community. Ralph, you know you my guy, man. You know we good. I'm asking you to reconsider and let's put this on consent and move on. Because next week, we've been up here, you come back to debate it, what exactly are y'all going to debate next week? What exactly are y'all going to debate? The money's here. Money's been improved. After y'all give us 30, still $185,000. We're going to take that $30,000 and spend it exactly how our budget that we turned into the police department and the state let them know. We can't go out and just start spending money on anything else. It won't be approved. We will not jeopardize our money over $30,000, but we need that $30,000, guys. $30,000. Think about it. I'm sure all of you are thinking now, how much money you guys just give other organizations, other business, other projects off front. Please. I'm done.
Kevin Bryant. Kevin Bryant? Okay, that's it, all right.
Thank you. There is no further discussion. We have a motion for, they were the group that signed up for this particular, or you can go during public comment though at the end. We have a motion for debate and a second. Is there any further discussion from our council members? No further discussion?
Sorry, just real quickly,
Okay.
sorry, Chair. I'm sorry,
Alderwoman
Chair.
Collins.
I don't know if my button's slow or if it's just me. I heard what you said. I want you to say, for me tonight, to keep this on debate is solely just to make sure, give our corporation counsel time to clarify some of the details that Alderman Donovan checked about. I understand your frustration because reimbursement makes a certain assumptions that are difficult for organizations. Personally, I appreciate Alderman Gregory and our Corporation Council coming up with this alternative model for you, and I intend to support that next week. So I don't want you to think keeping this on debate, to me, is not a concern with what we're doing as much as just let's make sure, because you heard tonight, I mean, government money, you know, what we heard about HUD, the state has these standards too. So just to make sure that we're keeping ourselves safe and keeping that 185 safe for you too. Just so you know, I want you to understand why I'm voting this way.
We have someone else.
I'll just say this if you would allow me, Madam
Okay.
Chairman. The state allows for this type of money to be given to organizations. I've got 4 grants, and every single one of those grants, the state has allowed for money to be given to us working capital.
And I
It's just a simple application. One of the million says, okay, you give me this amount of money, y'all gonna need any money up front? Yes, fill out the application, it's done. So it's not that the state doesn't approve, it's not that this is something special we're asking for. Reason why we can't ask the state ourselves, because the money is actually given to the police department.
Right.
If it was given to one of the million, all I'd have to do is fill it out and ask for my, percentage that I get already, and they would give it to me. This
Well,
is
and-
nothing special.
If I could just say, I'm familiar with, the state has, our map, right? The state has so many different models of granting, and my understanding is that this grant is a reimbursement-only grant, right? So that's, I just want to make sure that model that we aren't putting the rest of those funds in any sort of jeopardy by doing this, and I don't think we probably will find that, but I just want you to understand, and I respect what you're doing, and these issues, I apologize, I didn't realize these programs weren't up and running, so, but we desperately need this, we know we do.
There is language in that grant that specifically says that it can be changed. It says on Exhibit E on page 30 that grantor may reduce or remove any specific condition, including in this exhibit, by providing written notice to the grantee. So it says it in there, it can be changed. It's not like it's just only.
Right, so, and like I said, I'm not, my position with having this on debate is not a question of you or your programs or any concerns. Give us a chance to dot the i's and cross the t's.
And we have a few more alder people signed up.
And
too,
I
Mike, before you
understand.
keep going.
But in that week, in between the time, just talk to the state.
Yeah.
The state will say, oh, we give working capital to those organizations that we grant money all the time. They do it all the time. So it would be no problem for them to say, for the police department to say, we gave them $30,000 up front, the city did. When we ask for the money back, are y'all not gonna give it to them? They're gonna say no. If the police department was okay with it and the city said it was fine, it's fine. So I'll leave it there and let you guys
Thank you,
speak.
thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Alderwoman Nutriano.
Thank you, Chair. So Corporation Council, the reimbursement piece of this grant, is that something the city wrote into, or does that come from the state?
So it's both.
Okay.
So I think that there are ways to do this, and I've worked with the aldermen to do it. I will certainly reach out to the state to confirm that what we're doing is okay. But the way we've operated, especially with this grant, with other grants, is on a reimbursement basis. So absent action from council, for staff to decide who gets reimbursement and who is not. We don't have that authority anyway, but then the way this grant was written and applied for and its scope, and how we described we were gonna be using the funds, we would need to go back to them. And so that's why I'm happy to have that discussion with them. That's why it's written as a loan, so we can use our corporate funds, we can get them the funds immediately, so we don't have to revise the scope of the grant, because we have the funds available, so if we're using the city funds, we can get this done quicker than going through the state. That's the goal. That's why it's written that way.
Didn't we do something like this for Kidseum?
Yes.
What was that situation?
I didn't,
Order.
When are you calling?
I didn't hear it. I didn't hear what you said. Would you say that again, please?
Kidseum for the roof, wasn't it like an emergency and they didn't have the money to get somebody in there? So we acted as the guarantor or a loan, we gave them a loan or something?
The fiscal agent.
Yeah, yeah.
But again, we were dealing with different funds.
Okay.
So we would be using our corporate funds on the way this is utilized, but we wouldn't be advancing community connection grant funds. So it's different than what we're doing with the funds, but if we approve this ordinance, then we are using our funds to provide a loan. That's what this ordinance does.
Okay. So with Kidseum, we paid the contractor directly through the grant money for the roof? You don't know? Okay.
I would
It's
need to
fine. It's
see
fine.
those questions and
Yeah, no,
answer you.
it's fine. We've just been over this so many times in my short time here, and whoever decided that this should be a reimbursement grant, like, that was a mistake. It just doesn't make any sense to ask an undercapitalized group, a group that we know is on a shoestring budget, to come up with the funding to get their program rolling. It just doesn't make any sense to me. And these barriers we're throwing up that are saying things like, oh, we don't want to set a precedent, we don't want to open the floodgates.
Chairman, can you get the troll?
I'm sorry, could everybody please stop with the clapping while we're trying to hear them back and forth? I'm sorry that you're me too, but. Okay.
Your cohorts? Yes.
Okay.
Move on.
Okay. So, moving on. The like, wanting to hold things back because of the way it might look. I just want everyone to realize, Chair, that it is clear to everyone else what you're doing when you say, I want to hear from such and such that this is going to be okay. I want to make sure we're not setting a precedent. I want to make sure the city isn't going to be out $30,000. We know what you're really saying. So just think before you speak. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. You can smile all you want while you clapping at me. I'm sorry, I'm asking, can you stop clapping while we're trying to?
We can't hear what's going on up there.
That's all.
We can't hear nothing.
Can we move forward? Alderman Hanauer, order.
Well,
Alderman Hanauer.
First of all, we've lost money, we've lost grant money where we've had to pay it back because we didn't do things correctly, okay? We lost money. It's our fiduciary responsibility to make sure that we do things the right way. I'd love to give money to everybody, but we can't do it because we lose money. You just heard HUD come up and talk about all the different, the things that you have to do. And I'm talking, and I'm sorry, but that was my point on this whole thing. I'm not against what you guys are doing. I'm not against it. Nothing's going to happen until next week anyway, even if we did put it on consent. It can't happen until after next week. But another thing, Alderwoman, I believe you voted on this grant. Maybe if you would read the grant before you voted on it, you would know that it was a, that it, I'm talking, I've got the phone.
Wait, Jennifer,
if you
didn't.
Ralph, please stop. Jennifer, let Ralph finish and then.
I do not, he needs to address the chair.
Can we have order or we will have to start asking people to be removed out of the council?
He needs to address the chair.
That's true. I'm definitely,
All
that's
right.
why I hit the hammer.
Well, then people need to start reading what's in our packets and reading about the grants that we have out here. Because they say in the grant, when we get them, they say if it's a reimbursable grant, they say how it's expended, everything. So don't sit up here and criticize and everything else when our responsibility is to watch the finances of this city and protect the grants and protect things. And you just have to do your homework. You read it, it says reimbursable grant.
Thank you, Alderman Hanauer. Alderwoman Nutriano.
Chair, I would just like to say that you probably remember, other people probably remember, that every time a reimbursement grant comes across my desk, I say something about it and say that it's not appropriate. Every time. There is no reason to ask folks to have skin in the game or whatever, buy-in. They've been approved to spend the money by the police department and by the state. I really don't know how we could go wrong here. And we're not gonna do this without Corporation Counsel checking. The only thing that I want right now is for us to put this on consent so that these folks don't have to sit here for however many hours and wait to say their piece. They took time out of their day. I'm sure they work. I'm sure they have families. They're not like us. They don't have to be here. So if we can put this on consent and let them have a day off next week, you would be doing them a huge courtesy. And I really, I better leave it at that. Thank you.
Alderman Redpath.
I don't know why we can't put this on consent with contingency that he has to look through it. Even if it's on consent, he comes back to us and say, we need to pull this off consent because we can't do it. So why don't we put it on consent, contingent on the Corporation Counsel reviewing it, and then if it goes sour, Alderman Gregory's gonna know it, and they're gonna have to come back and talk to us. But we know that it's probably gonna go through, and the bottom line is, yeah, this is a big deal, and we all know that. There's not one person up here that doesn't understand how important this is, Mike. You know that. I voted for it when it came up last year. I'm gonna vote again for it next week. But I think if we put this on consent, contingent on Corporation Counsel's review, and if he comes back with a negative review, it's gonna have to go back to debate, and we'll have to pull it.
I'll change my motion to just that.
Second.
So moved.
So we have a motion for consent and a second. Any further discussion?
Contingent on Corporation Counsel's review.
Contingent on Corporation Counsel's review and Corporation Counsel.
So it would go on consent. I will review it and I will let the city council know.
Does
and then-
that work?
Because we can pull it from consent at the
Okay.
next
Alright.
meeting if need be, but.
Keep up the good work.
All those,
Oh, wait, sorry, Chair.
Alderwoman Conley.
Thank you. Just real quickly, I do ask Corporation Counsel, if there looks to be a concern, will you please let the alderman know?
At the earliest convenience.
Yeah, as soon as possible, so that if there are any concerns that you can know to plan for Tuesday night to come, or plan for Tuesday night to eat popcorn watching us from the couch.
Cowboy's gonna be on.
I will try to have an answer by then.
Thank you very much.
There's no further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it.
Noted. No, you got it too.
Is there any unfinished business, Alderwoman Conley?
I just, real quickly, we are 1 week before an election. I just want to remind everyone that we do not allow campaign materials in council chambers. So
Okay.
one more week, and then we're past this season. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Is there any new business? Seeing none, Clerk Lesko, we have speakers signed up to speak.
Yes, we have speakers signed up. Is Kevin Bryan here? Okay. Lisa Johnson.
I think she's here.
They gonna call you. They gonna call you.
Dr. Lisa Johnson.
The trust has been completely eroded, Scarlett said. It is our goal to rebuild that trust with our community. It's been very difficult. Boo-hoo. In 1908, the overarching culture in Springfield was to make sure the black folks stayed, quote, in their place. This meant that black people were not to have the same access to educational and economic resources as whites, and police were to keep the racial hierarchy intact. If they did not, then prominent white citizens took matters into their own hands, and that's where lynching came in. But in 2024, this is also where we land with local government. The Equal Justice Initiative relates meaningful public accountability is critical to bring the cycle of racial violence to a close. Not trust, accountability. Lynchings were meant to send a clear message to all black people in the general area. We were not welcome, especially if we dared to make ourselves economically and intellectually relevant in this society. So now, instead of lynching, we have psychological terrors in place, and they are still just as violent. The main problem may not be just police by themselves, though, but those who control the police. And the problem also may not be a lack of morals in blackness, as many of the coded language responses here in City Council report when we hear things like, I blame the parents. Or when we're talking about juvenile delinquency. Or he's a repeat offender when a black man breaks zoning laws while restoring 2 homes in Ward 2. Instead, the deeper issue is more likely the historical and vicarious trauma experienced by scores of black community members who know, one way or another, that the police themselves represent a violent and racially acrimonious hindrance to economic mobility for black people. The fact that police assisted in perpetuating racialized terror through historical inaction when mob violence occurred is paired with the historical inaction of local governments when banking and other incorporated entities continually discriminated against black citizens who attempted to better themselves. In fact, my own notes on the practices of Springfield city and county economic departments and organizations reveals a carryover of the same discriminatory practices that prevent progress in segregated communities today, and you just witnessed that tonight. However logical or legal the explanations may seem, outcome over intent is what we are looking at. So in my eyes, it's quite fitting that a HUD representative appears before City Council on the same day that the ACLU was set to address racialized police stops. And I still remember one unhoused person willing to speak about his business being torn apart at 5th and North Grand, and he was a black male. Studies of racialized segregation focus on the ways that government and other institutions hinder economic mobility for people in redlined areas, whether the residents are black or not. The fact that they reside around a majority of black people is enough to include them in racially oppressive tactics, because that is what redlining was originally about. Rich white folks wanted to separate themselves from poor white folks who lived around black folks. Now, what I find interesting, when I was invited to sit in on a meeting between SPD and the ACLU 2 weeks ago, is that the police at least twice implicated you, City Council members, as some of the main informants in police decisions for hyper-surveillance. So now my question to the council was posed to be, how racist are you if your phone calls, emails, and suggestions are part of police decisions to stop black people at 5.7 times the rate of whites? In 2023, the City of Springfield applied for a recompete strategy development grant. In the application, the city revealed that the 2022 median income of black households was only 42% that of white households. This is the most significant discrepancy nationally. Springfield's 23.8% concentrated poverty rate is the highest of any of the 10 metropolitan areas in the state of Illinois. So you know this because you filled out the application, and 59% of Springfield's black community lives below the national poverty line. Contrary to some family ideologies, these economic inequality markers are not those people's fault. They are sustained by extreme levels of residential segregation, again, among the most pronounced nationwide. The lack of local investment in redlined, I don't care, in redlined communities translates to
Officers.
Perpetuated by a cycle of poverty and segregation.
Dr. Johnson, this is very disrespectful when you know that it has 5 minutes up here.
Council,
Please.
check yourselves. It's not about the legality. It is about the lack of humanity in
Dr.
your
Johnson,
city.
it's 5 minutes.
Like, you don't have the ability to add time.
Robert
I
Frazier.
don't.
You do.
It's a policy, I do not.
Last week, the last time we met, I was asked to bring some numbers about the deratio program we did, and Pamela here at All-in-One Laundry is here to present that. Go ahead.
Good evening. Pamela Frazier, President and CEO of All-in-One Laundry Center and Services. And to our federal partners, All-in-One is certified as a federal 8A and WOSB and EDWOSB contractor. In response to the racial storm in June of 2023, All-in-One Laundry Center and Services, located at 801 South Grand Avenue East, was approached by our very own Alderwoman Lakeisha Purchase in establishing a collaboration with Springfield Clinic to provide free laundry services from July 2nd to July 4th. Over 3 days, we processed over 14,848 loads of laundry for 766 families affected by power outages. The service included washing, drying, and all the necessary supplies such as soap, bleach, laundry bags, and dryer sheets. With an overall investment of $92,800, Springfield Clinic provided monetary support of $29,695.50, with the remaining $63,104.50 absorbed by All-in-One Laundry Center. The response from the community was overwhelmingly positive. Many families expressed deep gratitude, particularly those who were still struggling with power outages and financial challenges. The feedback highlighted the essential nature of this service, as many individuals face issues. How do I pay for my prescription? Sump pump failures, and the lack of funds to do their laundry. In conclusion, this initiative not only provided practical assistance, but also fostered community spirit during a challenging time. The success of the service underscores the need for continued support and collaboration to address not only the deratio crises, but the ongoing needs of families requiring clean laundry.
So that's the portion of what All-in-One Laundry did for the deratio and then some. But what I want to talk about as the executive director at CSA is the things that I heard tonight. We need a lot of transparency about what grants, what's out here. There should be something out here that we should be able to pull up online very easily and say, we have access to this, 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 and this, and this is what you need to do to acquire that. We have too much individual discrepancies about how to do what and where to get it from. Anyone that I've talked to about the situations of our needs of funding agree with me, but they are not compelled to give me any other information than that. We recognize that our projections for this year is going to be over 1,107,679 loads of laundry processed for this community, affecting over 158,235 people. Where do we fit those people in this building? If you want them to show up, I can guarantee you we can get some people to show up. We will fill up BOS Center about the people that have needs that are not being addressed. My suggestion is that people come out of their comfort zones and go to where the problems are, because you can't even conceive what's really going on from your seat, because it doesn't make any sense. People in this day and age shouldn't have to live like this. This is a travesty, it's a problem, and we're just talking about clean clothes. everybody. It is not a privilege to have clean clothes. It is a universal right of everybody. So from that perspective, anything I can do to assist with a change on that, and one of the things that I came up with was the CARES funding, and so I was told that CARES funding was resultant for COVID-19. Well, we give out COVID-19's testing. We also give out PPE, mask. We also provide conversation for people that need it, as far as instructions on getting jobs, what to do to get a job, fill out an application, and so on. So that's what we had with our time.
Thank you, Mr. Freight. Thank you. I do want to ask, did you ever get a phone call back from Mr. Sable?
I got a call. I got a call back from Mr. Sable. I was driving back from pickup and delivery of some stuff, and they don't have funding to help us. Their funding is specific for housing. It was interesting listening to the HUD person, and they talked about these public services, whatever that means. I don't know that laundry wouldn't be a public service, but what percentage of the funding is available for that? It is very vital. I've not ever heard of any of these public hearings to talk about this. I've not heard of one ever since I've been here. So if you don't know what the people don't know what you're doing, how can they react or answer to it? Public hearings are very important, but they might not be what you want to see because you're not going to get your outcome. It's going to be probably a lot of chaos.
Well, that's one of the reasons why me and Alderman Gregory had asked for them to start happening after work hours, because when they were happening at 12 noon, that's during people's lunch hours. It's only 30 minutes, 45 minutes, or an hour. That's not enough time for you all to hear a presentation and to provide feedback. So we asked, could it start happening in the evening time? But I'm hearing from my colleagues that we also need to do a good job of getting out in the community and asking you all to show up. And y'all know I'm always talking to y'all and asking for help. So I think, too, I learned during the derecho when I came to you all to have laundry for 3 days, the amount of concerns that people had to say they don't even have this much support to wash their clothes at home just on a normal day. So they were thankful to be able to wash 5 or 10 loads at your facility free of charge. I do want to ask for me and Alderman Gregory to sit down with Josh and figure that out, because I know it's like maybe 25%, and that's not a lot, but it could potentially be something, because I'm sure some of those individuals that participate in the Heartland Continuum of Care is coming to wash their clothes, right?
Absolutely.
So they're using your services and getting services underneath that umbrella.
But once again, I most definitely do not want to cause a rift between non-for-profits. I like Josh. I like everybody. You know, I'm just saying that the problems out here are bigger than what you all realize, and we have to do something different to support everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Ms. Rosanna Pulido.
Sure.
Chair.
Yes.
Again, I'd like to point out, we do not allow campaign materials in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Council chambers.
The Trump T-shirts you have on.
Okay, I went on your site to fill out a form
Do you have a
to
sweater to
speak,
put on?
and it doesn't say anything about that, so there's a lack of communication
Yeah,
here.
Corporation Counsel.
She step out and like turn it around or something?
That's why I asked, does she have a sweater?
Or put
I
a
have-
jacket on.
Turn it inside out.
And we're not on camera anyway, so.
Yes,
We are. They put us back on camera. That was a fun lawsuit.
So, I watched 2 weeks ago at the meeting and saw the proposal for a proclamation for Indigenous People Day. And so I just brought the other side of the story. If you read, you know, we were all told during COVID, trust the science. Science 2.0, headline, the most violent era in America was before the Europeans arrived. It was a very common that the Indians, could you like not talk while I'm up here, dear? Thank you. I'll give you the same respect.
Please address the council.
So I brought you articles because what I saw here was no proof at all of what was being said. Here's some articles for you to look over. But that's really not why I'm here today. I mean, it's one of my proposals. I say, hey, I'm not against it. Put it on the ballot. The taxpayers who pay the bills, let them decide. But the second half of the material I gave you is a snapshot of all our schools in Springfield. And I'm going to use the number 80% of our third graders cannot read at third grade level. Are we putting the cart before the horse? You know, we could rewrite history the way we want it, or we could do our children in Springfield a favor and focus on this. What about a proclamation that we'd like to see our schools give a better education to our children? You know, you look at these scores on here, we are raising the next generation of slaves. Who's going to hire people who can't read? It's all right here. All of this, when you can't read, who is going to hire people who can't read, write, and arithmetic? Nobody is. So if you'd like to view the schools in Springfield, it's an atrocity. It's a modern day atrocity that our children in Springfield, Illinois, can't read at a third grade level. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Williams.
So has this information been shared with the school board, 186? This about the schools? We're here at city council, and a lot of times people do this, and I try to direct them to where this really needs to go to have the most impact.
Okay.
So I was wondering if you...
I'm sure they know.
Okay.
I mean, this is a nationwide phenomenon, is that our schools across, you know, we're paying more now in property taxes for schools, and it's across the board in the United States that the education level is going down, down, down. They can't read, write, arithmetic.
Thank you.
So, thank you. I appreciate it.
Bradley Russell.
I don't think he's here tonight.
Bradley Russell. Reggie Guyton.
I know it says not to touch the microphone, but okay, hang on. Hi. I originally signed up to speak about the arts again. As we know, that's something I'm very, very fond about, and there was a lot of debate about the Hoagland and the funds and getting elevators operational. I'm still going to speak to that because I do believe that accessibility is very, very important, and maybe that will incentivize making sure that we know exactly what grants are for what as a whole, because as a director, I have been able to work with so many different types of communities, and the disabled is a community that I have just begun to really get to know within the last few years, starting in 2019. I was able to understand some of the things that they deal with just trying to be a part of society. And the thing about it is, when you cannot participate in society, your voice is silent. Nobody's out there representing you. Nobody's out there advocating for you. Nobody's getting you the funding that you need in order to live. Not just live on the scarce fringes that you can come out once every 3 months or so, but literally be a part of society and have everything that you need, okay? So I want us to be cautious about what we say about organizations or entities, because as we know, people are very sensitive about their stuff, right? But I also I also think y'all need to be a little more open-minded about how these communities are trying to reach out to you. And this meeting tonight is an example of how quickly people can be inflamed and really start to begin to not understand where other people are coming from. That $30,000 issue, I'm sorry, that was deplorable. It was very deplorable, and it also says a lot it tells a lot to minorities, I'll say it that way. It tells us where y'all think we stand, where we should operate, where we should be in alignment, and I get it. We want to make sure we do everything right, but at the same time, y'all are handing out money to organizations that these people, your constituents, don't even really know about. And then y'all tell us that we have to be up in here, be civil, be quiet, be in line in order to get what we need and address y'all. I don't think y'all understand what y'all are telling us. When naturally we're communicating with our people back and forth, hey, it's a low call and response. My bad, sorry, I do speak out of turn. But at the same time, none of it is meant to be ill-intentional. But sometimes we do respond audibly to inflammatory responses. Some of the people in this group here, we literally had to witness our mayor saying that we were democratic socialists and we say vile things. Y'all don't think about the responsibility of that? Y'all don't think about what that says about us to our community members when literally we're advocating for other folks. And oftentimes are literally working to be on your side, to bridge the gap. I'm not here to chastise y'all, but it kind of comes out that way. I'm sorry. But at the same time, y'all have to work with us. This is just ridiculous. We keep asking y'all for solutions, and then when things do get pitched, it gets passed around. No, we can't do it because of this. No, we can't do it because of that. Oh, this is a good idea, but we can't do it because of this year. Man, please, come off it. Come off it. Especially if you're going to ask us to be civil and respectable. That's crazy, because the rules keep getting bent every single week. So the last thing I'm gonna say is I'm gonna personally invite y'all out to STC's rent over at the Hoagland. I don't know if I'm supposed to do that, but I'm inviting y'all because y'all are gonna get to see a show, an arts production with really talented people who are also telling you what's happening in our own community right now that y'all are not connected with. And the last thing I'm gonna do is say shame on anybody who really would like to just keep people in one lane and use authority to keep people in check. Thank you.
Well, Reggie, I would like to address you.
I didn't know that was allowed, but okay.
I just did it with Mr. Frazier. If we have a question, we can ask. But I wanted to say, it was maybe 2 years ago with Dominic Watson when he came in. Or no, it wasn't, because Fulgenzi was here at the time. So that was in our last term. I know you guys weren't here at that time when we were doing that, and we were fighting for businesses on the east side and organizations on the east side. So I would say just go back some when you say some of us are not participating or being connected with the community. We were standing up here actually fighting to make sure that he got funding for that project, and we did bend the rules. That's why that group was here today too, to tell us about it.
But, and I understand that, but I say some of y'all, because low-key, y'all are collective, okay? Y'all operate in tandem, y'all are supposed to work in a team, and y'all are supposed to have a consensus. So some has been somewhat of the majority as of late, and that's what I'm addressing. No disrespect to you, Chairwoman. No disrespect to you, Alderman Gregory. No disrespect to the aldermen who aren't here anymore and have been leaving for the past few weeks. But facts are facts. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll take no disrespect.
Ken Pesha.
Save that walk. Let's get to it. So let's be clear. Free speech has a really large open space in this world. You calling the officers on a woman who has more education and accomplishments than most of the people that have set foot in this room tonight is despicable and disgusting. Using the state as a cudgel against your own citizens, you should be ashamed of yourself. So should a council that would censor its own citizens based off some of the lamest and loosest interpretations of an intellectual property, fair use, copyright protections, and the FCC, which, by the way, as I noted a while ago, I did actually get myself an FCC license. You'll get us on here soon. But the point of that is I had to learn all that stuff to get here. So I shouldn't have a better learning of that than you guys do. I am going to note one thing for you out of your own rules. Persons addressing the council shall limit their statements to 5 minutes unless further time is granted by the presiding officer. That's from your direct website. So you absolutely have that power. So you either didn't know it or you're playing dumb and you wanted to deny her the right and then threaten her with police putting their hands on her. Again, you really should be ashamed of yourself, and we'll all remember this moment in a couple years when that election comes. But I digress, because quite frankly, the statement that this is an intellectual property argument flies in the face of fair use. See, fair use gives examples such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Criticism and comment is my right as an American with freedom of speech. Your lame fascist attempts to limit us, and I dare you to sue me, because I'm going to post tonight. I'll take excerpts, I'll do whatever I want. I'll put funny little captions on it, and I dare you to sue me. I beg you to, because I would love to have that free speech discussion in court. I promise you the city will lose money on it, because when you lose those cases for copyright, guess who pays for it? That's right, you guys will. So I dare you. I do, because I'll tell you right now, I'm going to keep going, because with that, the city of Inglewood versus Teixeira in California tried that, because one of their citizens was taking city council meetings and critiquing them and commenting on it, much like you see on The Daily Show and other forms, because the political spectrum is absolutely allowed to get angry, passionate, upset, furious, get angry with each other, bang podiums, yell, because damn it, people are dying out there. Why aren't you furious? You should have veins popping out of your head when you think about the fact that right now, in that week's time, someone will likely die on my side of town. So when you guys want to do those delays, that's fine, but you get to go back to your quiet little community. I grew up in that abject poverty that just got cited, and I'm lucky to have made it out. I'm the exception to the rule, guys. So why am I angry? Because anger is a gift. I am the rage of all of those people that died at the hands of your obsolescence and failure to act, to your own lack of concern and feigned concern for our problems that you continue to ignore by failing to take action. You've put more work into banning us from being on camera than you have in the last month to helping anyone in that street, besides arguments about empty grants and pointless things like that. Because while you're doing that, people are still dying. Children, like I literally drove by Springfield High today, and you know what I had to do? I had to go find a teacher because I watched 9 kids beat down another child on a street corner. I had to go find someone to stop that because I, as one man, am not enough. But you guys as a council have more power than I could ever hope to have to change that. That child was bleeding when he stood up because I made sure to drive back around, because I'll tell you, I did get a weapon out of my trunk because I was going to go help him. Because that's what you got to do at some point in your own community when the community itself fails to take care of the people within it. It is disgusting that you would have threatened one of our own citizens with those officers putting cuffs on her for daring to speak to the truth. To all of you, don't you dare gavel me.
Didn't nobody ask?
You just said officers. What do you think that meant? It's my time. Please stop interrupting.
Nobody asked to put.
Please stop interrupting. We all heard you. You're on tape.
Oh, you're putting words in my mouth.
Nobody put words in your mouth. Please, I want my time back. She's literally interrupting me. You're interrupting what I'm saying, and you don't have the right to do that. So please be quiet and stop trying to chill my free speech before I get my own lawyer. The thing is you guys don't realize you've screwed up really bad, repeatedly. None of us are going away. You can't get rid of us with your tired little tactics and your petty little attempts to remove us. We will be here every week. I'm off every Tuesday, guys. Promise you. Keep it up, because it's going to keep going, guys. Start caring about the people in your community.
Someone wants to address you. Alderman Williams.
Yes, so I just want some clarity here. I can speak for myself as the alderman. I don't know if you guys were involved with that decision, but I was not involved, was not informed of that policy or that change in the cameras, the mics.
Yeah, no, Triana let us
Any
know.
of that. So, I just want you to know, because you said city council and everybody.
I mean, to be fair,
listen, yeah.
though, as a city, though, if your mayor's taking those kind of unilateral moves with council to create the kind of issues with free speech, fair use, and copyright, and that could absolutely get you guys sued. Like, I'm not kidding. Because while my anger upset me enough I didn't get into what I had, there is voluminous amounts of legal decisions on this, guys.
Yeah.
There absolutely is. We have every right to access the recordings of these meetings, put satire, commentary, critique, anything we want behind it. That is literally codified in writing.
Well,
by the feds.
You're not getting an argument. You're not getting an argument.
I understand that, but I'm just noting for you guys as a council, though, you should be more concerned about the kind of unilateral movements she's been making lately.
So I don't know if she's listening to her corporate counsel. I don't know why she does what she does. Only she can answer that. But I do want you guys to know, to say the shoe is doing it. Just know the difference when it's her and when it's us taking a.
Well, Roy, I'm not.
We didn't
The
vote
thing
on
is,
it.
you got to remember, though, I'm not trying to attack anyone in specifically unless I purposely single you out.
Yeah.
But the simple fact is like as a council, though, you guys are. I mean, think of the two people that aren't here.
Yeah.
You guys should be angry at them for not being here. You guys all have the decency and respect to listen to other citizens, whether you like what we have to say or not. And I respect that for all of you. You know what I mean? Because it takes a lot to stand up here and take the brunt of the public. And it should upset you more that you have aldermen that flat out leave in the middle of that. Or a mayor that would put you guys on Front Street where you have newspaper articles coming out about the decisions being made that use you guys as the scapegoat. City council blocking people from being seen. And the only reason we knew that none of you did that is one of your alderwomen. That's it. That's the only person who spoke out about that. And I think that's frustrating for all of us as a community to think that someone like the mayor spends more time on radio shows disparaging all of us that come here, talking down on us, trying to ban us from being seen by citizens within our own community, which was a direct response to me and Jenna being on the cover of the SJR, which wasn't a choice we made. We didn't ask to be put in there. We're simply citizens that care enough about our community. I really did grow up over here on the east side, guys. I'm in the house I grew up in. I bought it back from my mom when I moved back here because I love this city and I love my community and I'm tired of seeing it this way. And it's frustrating, quite frankly, to show up to this council and not anyone direct, but again, guys, there is a line of demarcation that's existed in my neighborhood since I was born. My sidewalks were just replaced for the first time in 42 years. You think all the children, the adults that have walked in those streets that have been injured, been terrorized, that don't even have access to that kind of safety that people have in those neighborhoods. Like, I remember when I moved out to Chatham, it had never been that quiet in my life. You know what I mean? Like, those are the kind of things I can't explain to you guys. And I shouldn't have to because there are tons of people that come here every week and express these kind of concerns. And it's frustrating when we see, like, gentlemen come up who, those gentlemen came from the same circumstances of poverty I did. Escaping that kind of thing is hard, right? It's extremely hard. Most of us don't make it. And for them to be, like, gaffled over $30,000. We've put more work into giving them that $30,000, like forcing them to be sure that they're going to pay it back than we would for $600,000 for Old Town Apartments for a privately owned demo. I mean, that's disturbing to me because it shows the kind of lack of concern for the citizens that exist around here and those kind of outcomes and how it feels to us. I get angry because I have nothing left, guys. When I watch that kid get beat up today, what am I supposed to do? If I call the cops, those kids are going to get criminal records, and then we start this cycle again. Like, where do we go from here? We ask for help. We come to you because you're the only ones who have really any institutional power to do it. And it's frustrating to us because we're seeing more stopgaps being put in front of us. Like, I would love to stay home on a Tuesday, guys. I get 2 days off a week, man. My other day is filled with not-for-profit meetings and everything else, but this is important enough to me that I give up hours of my life for this. Whether or not you guys care about what I have to say or not, it doesn't matter to me because someone has to say something, right? Because if you just sit there and let it keep happening, you're just a victim. And we're not victims. And we're not going to be victims. We're going to keep fighting and we're going to keep arguing, and it should be angering. You should leave here upset sometimes. Absolutely. This is the business of politics. Politics has been used to kill, maim, murder, imprison, restrict, restore, build. I mean, that's what it's here for. And it should upset you. It does. It upsets me on every level. And I appreciate the time you guys have given me to say the rest of this, but I mean, I think that's something I really wish you guys would consider. Like when we come up here to talk to you, it's not because we're any individual person, we think about you while we're not here and we hate you or something, but you're the people we have no choice but to speak to. Who else can we ask? Who else has the purse strings? Who else has the kind of control that you guys have? And it's frustrating when we hear sometimes after decisions like, well, what was that about? What was the deeper part of that? That should be the kind of thing that should be a standard, right? Like to be informed about the votes we're making because we're the ones who have to live with those outcomes. Like I said, in that week's time, which I know you guys didn't have the power to pass it tonight, but in that week's time, someone will probably be shot. Someone will probably get injured. Someone will probably suffer from the very disparate circumstances that right down the road and have been for decades. And I've watched it for 40 years, and it's not gotten better. It's only gotten worse. Like, that's all I have to say, guys. Thank you for the time.
You have another alderperson
Yeah,
wanting to address you.
Oh,
Alderwoman,
Go ahead.
did you want to address him or no?
You're fine.
Is just
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Sorry. I would just like to say to the chair and to the whole room, I'm not going to get emotional.
It's okay.
I would like to apologize.
It's okay to be emotional.
I would like to apologize because I lost my temper today. And I think that we all need to do a better job of keeping our cool and talking to each other like people as opposed to yelling at each other. So I'm sorry, Chair, that I interrupted when Alderman Hanauer was talking. And I'm sorry for whatever role I played in the escalation and the mayhem in this meeting tonight. We have rules about behavior just to keep the meeting going, you know, and it's really important that we don't, you know, accuse or yell at each other or threaten each other, because that kind of stuff leads to violence. So that's why we have the prohibited conduct, and that's why Alderwoman Purchase called out the prohibited conduct, the talking and things like that. Anyway, wow. Yeah, I thank you for coming and speaking, but I really would appreciate if the audience maintained a level of respect and decorum in these meetings to where we keep things even keel and talk about the facts and the policies as opposed to, you know, having a argument back and forth. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Man. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't interrupt you, Lakeisha. I'm so sorry. Go right ahead.
Alderman Gregory.
No, I was just gonna say, Jennifer, you don't gotta apologize to me.
That's all I was gonna say.
I failed that part of it long time ago, and you know, it's an everyday process, and we all, you know, we're gonna have our times, man, and we're gonna keep moving on. And
Jennifer, mine's coming. So.
If I may just say that kind of emotion's healthy. With politics, we should be able to be upset with each other, to be angry, to raise our voices and even yell at each other, because this is the business of life or death. People will suffer for the choices we make, and they will also reach a boon. And if I yell at you over school district funding because my kids are literally walking without buses, it's because my children are freezing in the cold. So it will upset and infuriate me, and you shouldn't be ashamed of that. Honestly, I mean, I think that's what we need more of. And I don't mean that we should all start yelling at each other, but that kind of emotion and anger shows a level of care and concern that lets your community know that you care about them, Jennifer. You know what I mean? Like, legitimately, like that kind of, and it's something where not being here at all, sorry, I didn't mean to point in your direction, Jim, but just not being here repeatedly shows the opposite. You know what I mean? And that's the kind of thing that, and this isn't, I'm not electioneering, but like come election time, those are the things that matter to the constituents that exist in this community is who's there. Even if I don't agree with you, even if I don't agree with the choices you make or the policies you do, like I said, the fact that you show up and stick around to listen to us at least shows a level of respect and concern that at least two of our aldermen lack in spades. So thank you, guys.
Robert Williams.
I'd like to thank you all for allowing me to speak. What I want to speak on is first, I want to get this off my chest about the mission.
Sir, please use the microphone.
The mission received 750,000. No, I take it back. Hefferham received 750,000. Here it is. They got this money, but they allow. I don't live there. I ain't been there since it's been open, but I know. But one time, and I was to get somebody from there, take somebody from there. But I know that they just hang out. Here it is. You got a big, brand new facility, and you don't allow your people to come in when it's cold, or just come in, period. Now, I was living in Champaign before I came to penitentiary, and they got a facility, a church, that house you where you can come in, just to come in and get out the heat, get out, you know, just to come in and chill, read a book, write a letter, talk to your loved one. But this is not going on. And the mission, I want to talk about the mission because they got $350,000, and they ain't doing jack with it. They laid there, just built, renovated. Thank you. Renovated the place that they got. Now, the clothes, the donations that they get them first. The people on the street, they get hand-me-downs. The people that work there, first choice. Mr. What's his name? Eden. He say he an ex-con. Well, dig this. I'm a convict. And there's a difference. Now, I done did 25 years. I educated myself. I know how to do law. And when I said I was going to sue every one of y'all, it wasn't nothing personal with you or you, but that's how it is because my 14th Amendment right been violated, my due process right been violated, and my right to First Amendment been violated. And what's the name, Ms. Jackson just spoke. And again, Mr. Williams, you directed me to her. I went and spoke to her. You directed me to her, Sean, and I went and spoke to her. Everything y'all asked me to do, I done. I done dotted all my I's, crossed all my T's. Now, she said she was going to talk to y'all. I said, Miss Lady, I done did everything I was supposed to do. And what drew me to this lady was God, because she was dressed so immaculate like she was tonight. And some said, this lady is important. So I asked her what she do. She was right there about she was getting some food from right across from the library. And I asked her what she did. She said she was in charge of housing. Well, I said, Miss Lady, I just got through doing 25 years. I need a place to stay. Now tonight, all y'all heard her say she helps with emergency. Well, hell, I've been out here 2 years. This is emergency. I'm still homeless. You feel me? You feel me? You feel me? You feel me? So, hey, what's up with this? And I spoke to HUD, and I was talking to him about owning my own business because I'm a smart individual. I just did the wrong thing back in the time. But we're going to move forward. And like I said, I do law. I got my paralegal license. Look at Robert versus Reed. And we just won a lawsuit against Stateville. And I'm going to file another personal suit against Stateville. But like I said, you all have violated my 8th Amendment. And the United States Supreme Court said y'all supposed to house all homeless people. Y'all not doing that. Y'all ain't honoring what the United States Supreme Court stated as law. And when I get through dotting my I's and crossing my T's, nothing personal. I'm suing every last one of you. And you, Miss Purchase, nothing personal. I love you. And thanks for that job. I'm going to check it out tomorrow. And you all, and you, Miss Lady, don't let nobody take your shine from you. And don't let no motherfucker punk you out because you're not. Love.
Brianna Roberts.
It says don't touch this, but I'm gonna move it down. Don't yell at me.
Okay, so tonight I want to remind us of moments in history where local governments have tried to silence public voices. These events have shaped our laws and social expectations, reinforcing our rights to be heard, even when our messages challenge those in power. In Birmingham, Alabama, during the Civil Rights Movement, city officials, led by Public Safety Commissioner Bull Connor, attempted to silence protest through violent police action and by limiting permits for gathering. Activists responded by amplifying their voices, organizing peaceful marches that drew national attention, and this resulted in an outrage over Birmingham's violent suppression, and this ultimately led to the 1964 Civil Rights Act, a federal law that aimed to prevent discrimination and uphold First Amendment rights to peaceful assembly. In 1960, Chicago Police Department set up a unit to monitor, harass, and even infiltrate groups advocating for civil and labor rights. In response, activists sued the city, and in 1974, the case of Alliance to End Repression versus City of Chicago, leading to a consent decree that prohibited such invasive surveillance practices engaging in lawful, peaceful protest. This landmark case set a critical precedent that government agencies cannot indiscriminately monitor or intimidate citizens simply for demanding change. During the Black Panther Party in Oakland, California, both local law enforcement and the FBI's co-intel program attempted to silence the community activism. Tactics included constant surveillance, infiltration, and misinformation campaigns. However, the Black Panthers countered by building grassroots support, offering free breakfast programs, health clinics, and legal aid in underserved neighborhoods. The community-centered approach not only expanded their influence, but also exposed the government's suppression efforts to the public, ultimately sparking reforms in how law enforcement interacts with activist groups. In New York City, OC Street Movement 2011, authorities attempted to limit the visibility of protest by restricting media access to major events, especially during evictions. Activists, in turn, used live streaming as a new form of digital protest, sharing live footage online, which reached millions worldwide, and ultimately, the movement highlighted the public's right to record and share open gatherings, a precedent that aligned with protection under Illinois' OMA and helps ensure transparency in public proceeding. These examples show that when officials minimize the reach of community voices, they almost always fail. The Illinois Open Meeting Act was created precisely to prevent such overreach, guaranteeing the public's right to record, broadcast, and to share public broadcasting. Any attempt to limit this right is not only against the OMA's transparency guidelines, but also is a misuse of authority that history has shown to neither be effective nor sustainable. So let me be clear. This copyright infringement thing, just like Ken mentioned, there is plenty of guidelines in the OMA that says that we have the right to clip this. It's also within the fair use guidelines where if we want to post parts of these meetings that are public access, we can. We are legally protected to do so. And that was the main thing I wanted to talk about, but based on what happened tonight, there's a couple of things I want to address. Now, don't feel like I'm calling you guys out, but I want to speak specifically to the Black alder people on the board, and I just want to remind you guys, not to personally attack any of you, but when we're out in public and there are people who don't know your names or our faces, if we're in a different state and there are people there that don't know who we are and you're around a racist, you're still Black. You are still seen as Black, okay? So relating that to what just happened with Dr. Lisa, ooh, that is not, disrespectful isn't even the word. The fact that a Black woman would call the officers to remove another Black woman for speaking so much necessary information, and no disrespect to Ken, but y'all gave Ken so much extra time, which I'm glad because he touched on a lot of important facts, but you gave him so much extra time, and as soon as she went 10 seconds over, you wanted to remove her forcibly with the police. So insensitive. And Jennifer, I want to reply to what you said about having decorum. I completely agree, but I think it would be easier for us to have decorum if such outrageous things weren't spoken. That's all.
The reason that Ken, oh, are you okay with standing up here still? The reason that Ken had got extra time is if we ask you a question and you respond back to us, of course you're gonna get more time. We're not gonna ask you to go sit down and talk to us from the audience. We want you to stand up here. So when we asked him, and then if you have others that signed up to speak, I don't wanna say y'all can't talk back to him. Him taking the time to stop talking and allowing me to ask them to speak back to him, that was the reason he had more time. She wouldn't even take a pause.
Well, I never once said I didn't understand that. I understood exactly what was happening. But it's still the same sentiment that she was probably going to go maybe 30 seconds at most over her time if you would have just let her finish. And then you gave an ample amount of time to Ken, which again, I'm really glad you guys gave him the chance to speak because he said a lot of really important things that really needed to be said and would not have been able to be accomplished within those 5 minutes. But while you're shaking your head, yes, she was also saying really important things that needed to be said that would have been probably finished within 5 minutes and 30 seconds. And your response was to call the police to forcibly remove her as if the police are not already traumatic to Black people, as if that is not something that we are constantly discussing at these meetings. And quite honestly, I think it was an overuse of your power. Truthfully, like when we have these meetings where Misty's not here and you are the chair, and I don't want this to come across as me attacking you because I don't want you to throw me out or take this personally, but I'm telling you what I see as a community member. When you are the chair, it's almost as if the authority becomes over your priority, over what the citizens are saying, over actually listening to us. Now, I understand that you do things differently than Misty, and then if you both weren't here and somebody else was the chair, I'm sure the session would be ran differently too, and I understand that. But that's also an issue, because if we have these rules that are set in place and we're constantly being told, well, I can't do this because this is a rule, and I can't do this because this is a rule, but then somebody else is the chair and, oh, these rules don't exist, but these ones do. Do you understand why it's so confusing and there's so much whiplash for the community? Okay, you do. So then let's maybe, as an entire council, I don't know if you guys need to have a meeting to go over these rules again and reinforce how these need to be implemented and what rules we are going to be strict on and what rules we will be lenient on, because otherwise we don't know what we're coming into, and we don't know who's going to be the authoritative figure, and we don't know what is going to be allowed and what isn't going to be allowed. And that is also a cause for outrage, because it's like 1 week people get 15 extra, well, maybe not 15, that's an exaggeration, but people get extra time to speak over and finish, and they're not even interrupted. But one person comes up here, God forbid, while you're in authority, and they're 5 seconds over, and you're gaveling and you're calling the cops on them. That's crazy. That's crazy. So I think for us, as the community, to better understand what we need to do to make these also go smoother for you guys involved and for everybody back here, y'all need to figure out what rules you're going to enforce. Genuinely. It is sloppy, it is messy, and it does not reflect well on the whole of you. You guys are a unified group, and you don't act very unified, and it's shameful. So if you want to call the police to forcibly remove Black women, or really anybody, but specifically Black women, because that's the craziest part, right? If you want to do that, make sure that happens every single time somebody goes 2 seconds over their speech. Otherwise, don't ever do it.
I'm not the chair every time.
You are the chair right now.
I am.
Okay, so I'm talking about right now. And next time you are the chair, don't do it again. Okay? All right.
Have a good day.
Thank you, Bree. Jenna Broom.
Okay, this is way too tall for my short ass. All right. Okay, so as a 5-year grant professional, the beginning of this meeting was fascinating and really interesting. And I just want to say there's a lot of great money coming into Springfield. And yeah, so that was really cool. All right. And also the fact that we spent that much time talking about $30,000, just give them the damn money. Okay, anyway. So I'm here to address the recent concerning actions of this administration that attempted to limit civic discourse and citizen expression with not showing speakers at recent meetings of the City Council. While I'm glad that this terrible decision has been rescinded, this time I will not be thanking anybody for that action because it never should have happened in the first place. So there are two major issues. There's many issues, but here's two that have really stuck out to me. Not showing video is discriminatory to those that rely on visuals to understand what is going on. This includes, but is not limited to, the deaf and hard of hearing, neurodivergent individuals, and people whose first language is not English. Many people rely on being able to read lips, and facial expressions and other body language are key in understanding someone's message in full. 2. Audio only makes it harder for those citizens watching from home to identify speakers or audience members that they would like to talk to about issues. Our community has no shortage of events for active citizens to meet and discuss their concerns, and not seeing the individuals who have taken the time to address this body severely limits people from connecting in public. Now, why was this done? I've been theorizing on this for the past week. I highly doubt that the administration intended to violate the Americans with Disabilities Act, the Open Meetings Act, or to discriminate against the deaf, hard of hearing, neurodivergent, or English as a second language speakers. Limiting public engagements outside of these meetings is a definite possibility, though I doubt that anybody here would admit this being the case. My final theory is the most pathetic, but the most real answer: punishment. Because this administration does not respect the citizens that they may disagree with or that disagree with them, they decided to treat us like children and punish us. Not like adults, voters, taxpayers, and concerned citizens, but like little kids. First of all, it is not the job of the citizens of Springfield to praise elected officials until they're doing a great job. In fact, it is our job to hold the people that we elected, and I say we because I voted for and have supported multiple members of this body, accountable for their positions and actions. If members of this body cannot accept criticism, then they need to stay away from public office. Secondly, this decision, and this has been noted before, had the reverse effect that was intended. We have not shut up. Multiple news stories were published about not showing video, and now we all just feel even more disrespected and fired up. So, great job. And finally, this was disrespectful. Like many of the people that address this body, I work a full-time job, I have a house I have to take care of, I volunteer regularly, and I have hobbies. But I also made time to gather my thoughts, write this up, and come to this meeting where I've been for over 4 hours. Like my wonderful Alderwoman Jennifer Notariano said, this is completely disrespectful to those of us that take the time to be here, as well as those who watch from home. The elected members of this body, including Alderman Redpath and Alderman Hanauer, are responsible for ensuring transparency to the public, although they're not hearing that because they're not here right now. That is your job. We should not have to continually remind you to be transparent. Listen, ask questions, do research, engage the public, request presentations, propose ordinances that help all of Springfield, which, and for the record, still haven't heard anything about giving more funding to the Heartland Continuum of Care. Still wasn't brought up, by the way. So I have a few solutions to help you guys do what you were elected to do, to propose that will enhance transparency and allow for better civic engagement with these meetings, which is what we should all strive for. First step, hiring of an American Sign Language interpreter to also be included in the live stream and recording. Addition of live, accurate subtitles on YouTube and other streaming in both English and Spanish. Better access for those with mobility issues. Seeing my friend Beth struggle up here in her wheelchair the other day was embarrassing and shameful, and she should have been given, it should be easy for everyone, including those of us with mobility issues, to address the public, and encouraging groups, individuals, and nonprofits to watch and engage. I didn't grow up here, but one of my first jobs was as a lifeguard and swim instructor at the old YMCA back when I was only on Cook Street when I was only 16. I've lived in Springfield for over a decade now and bought a house 7 years ago because I love this community.
Hannah,
I have 2 more sentences. 2 more sentences.
And I do want to ask to Director Haley, the first one, the solution you brought up, you said did you say sign language?
Yes.
Do we have anything like that in place? Director Haley, if you can come up and address that.
We do have a sign language interpreter here in Springfield. There's not very many. We do have to contact her ahead of time to come to events. I highly doubt, and I'm just saying this from my own knowledge, when we've had press conferences, there are times that she can't come, so I would assume that she's probably not available every Tuesday, but there is one in Springfield that we do use on a regular basis.
Okay.
And we are open to if anybody knows of more, but it seems like for live events, it is hard to find a sign language interpreter.
Okay. Jenna, do you have anybody in mind?
No, but I would think that, that the Levitt AMP was able to provide, through a grant, every Thursday they had interpreters for 10 weeks.
That's why I asked, because I knew you participated on that board, if you had a name.
I can't think of the name. It's it's a group, and I can't think of the name of the group. I'll have to look at it. But yeah, they provided, I know it was in like the programs and stuff, but they provided every single week. That was a grant that we received through, I believe, the Arts Council.
Okay. If you could send that, I would definitely want to get that to Director Haley.
Sure.
Thank you.
Chair, that's all that have signed up.
Thank you. Can we have a motion for adjournment?
Motion.
Second.
Thank you.